Okay, dear chess friends, welcome to the live commentary to the sixth round of Women European Chess Championship 2022. That's in progress here in Prague in Don Giovanni Hotel. Let's have a look at the pairings. This is the sixth round, and we can see that on the first board we have the duel between Jelena Danielian and Monika Sočko. Monika Sočko is the only player who has 4.5 out of 5, and she is playing on the first board with black. You can see the players right now. The games have started. We have 15 minutes delay due to the anti-cheating reasons. So they started 15 minutes ago, but we will see the moves very shortly. And on the second board, there is Lilith Mrtkyan from Armenia against Nana Zagnidze. So again, you can see Nana Zagnidze playing with the black pieces right now. And these are the duels we will watch very closely. We already have the moves, I think. Yeah, the sixth around chess 24. We are waiting for the first moves, and they appear right now. So we will also check the games of Czech players. 3 out of 5. We have 2 players there. It's Natalia Kanyakova and Julia Movsesian. I will show you. Natalia is playing against Hungarian international women master Soka Gal. She started with c4 on the first move. And also you will watch closely the game of Julia Movsesian. She also has white pieces. She is the rating favorite in this game, so hopefully she will win and move to the 4 out of 6. Well, actually, this opening can also transpose to other setups. By playing e6 and knight f6, black is planning to push the d pawn. One option is to push the d pawn to d6, and the other option is to push it to d5. So let's wait whether black will play d6 or d5 in the game. Well, they started rather quickly, so I think it's the preparation of both players that's quite interesting, because the variation white chose is not the main one. But it seems both players are prepared for this line. And I do believe that d5 is the main variation here, and white takes, and then she can play d4. So I believe this is one of the options you will see on the screen, the d4 move. And we are gonna get queen's isolated pawn, and the position is supposed to be slightly better for white, but nothing that special. Okay, let's move to the top boards, because as I told you, we have the game between Jelena Danielian and Monika Sočko, and on the second board, the other big duel between Lilith Mrtkyan against Nana Zagnidze. Well, as you can see, white started very calmly in this game by favorite opening of Vladimir Kramnik, the knight f3, g3 line. And I'm wondering what Nana Zagnidze will choose. I don't know, honestly, but I think she played King's Indian here during this tournament, this d6, g6 line. So, yeah, maybe we can expect that. But yeah, it seems like white chose a very calm approach against the rating favorite. I told you yesterday it was a tough day for Nana Zagnidze. She had a bad position in her game, but yeah, her opponent was satisfied with the draw. So it was a draw for her, but now she has black pieces, so it's another tough game against the young Armenian international master. We have Antoaneta Stefanova. Yesterday we didn't see her on the top boards, but now she is playing against Maria Georgian with black pieces. As you can see, the field of the tournament is quite even. We have only one player with 4.5 out of 5, and the other girls are on 4 points. So it's equal. It will be a big fight. And today is the last round bit before the free day. Free day is tomorrow, so I expect long games and fighting games today because it's the last game before the free day. So as usual, we can expect long fights. And yeah, we for the whole tournament we didn't see Maria Brunello on the top boards, but she is one of the best Italian players, already an international master. I played some games with her brother. Um, he is also a very good chess player from Italy. And today she is playing against Gunay Mamadzada from Azerbaijan. We've seen a lot of games from Gunay this tournament. She is playing on the top boards regularly. And they started with a normal Sicilian. This line with knight f3 is considered to be very calm. And usually then white can play calmly rook e1 and then move the bishop somewhere from e2, or white can consider knight d2 and knight c4, knight e3 plan. It's also normal in this position, or normally she can play bishop g5, exchanging the knight on f6. You can combine bishop g5 with queen d3 and knight d5. As probably all of you know, opening theory is not the area where I would consider myself to be an expert. I'm not a fan of opening theory, but I will try to do my best. I see that today we have a lot of calm openings. So we will return to the first board, and we see Catalan there, starting with c4 and g3 line. And black reacted by d5, and it's also a very responsible approach, let's say. The d5 move and d takes c4 is considered to be around equal. It's one of the main lines. And after queen a4 check, black is on a crossroad because there are three basic options. You can play knight d7, bishop d7, or c6. And it says something about the next course of the game, because after bishop d7, then you play bishop c6. If you go c6, you go b5 then, usually. And if you go knight bd7, then it combines very well with c5 move. And that's exactly what happened in the game. After knight bd7, queen takes c4, black played c5. And this is one of the main lines of the whole opening. And now b6. The tactical explanation behind the b6 move is that the knight from f3 doesn't have good squares, because now after knight e5, you can calmly take the knight because the queen on c4 is hanging. Okay, I hope you can hear me. We have this position after b6, and I told you that knight e5 is not possible due to knight takes e5. And well, white can of course consider other moves, and the main line is surely the d4 move. But now black can calmly develop the bishop to b7, and it solves opening problems here for black, I think. And I do believe that actually after knight bd7, it's also possible. Yeah, knight bd7, queen takes c4 and c5. It's also possible to consider other moves than short castle, because it allows black to play this b6 move, which I think it levels the game. So white can also consider playing queen b3, moving the queen away, or queen c2 with the same idea. And then you can't go b6 because of knight e5. I will show you something it's just an idea. I don't know the current state of the theory, but the idea is this one, that after queen b3, b6, there is knight e5, and white white is basically almost winning here. The bishop on g2 is attacking the rook on a8, and also knight c6 is there sometimes. So this is not what black wants. So that's the reason why I can also see moving the queen away from c4, because then this idea is on the table. But I know that Jelena Danielian played the move short castle very quickly, so I do believe it's her preparation for the game. But after b6, she fell into a quite long thinking, and that's a bit strange because b6 can be expected. So yeah, I'm curious what will happen next, because this b6 move is normal, and white needs to improve her position somehow, because otherwise black will play bishop b7, rook c8, developing the bishop from f8, and the game would be just equal. So I'm curious to see what approach will Jelena Danielian choose, because here it's the crucial moment, I think. Yeah. So that's why she is thinking, but I'm quite surprised that she doesn't know the opening theory exactly, that the move order is important here in this position. So it's much better to know than to think about it during the game. But yeah, it is an interesting opening, and we will return to this game in the future of the commentary. Okay, this one is a bit strange. It's also a knight f3, g3 line, and Lilith came with the move a4, which is a big surprise. Also for black, I think. She didn't expect that. But it's also quite modern. I've seen such moves in recent games of top grandmasters. It's not that dangerous objectively, according to the computer. It's all equal. But, they are trying to find new ways for playing this opening. And this is the calm development with knight f3 and bishop g2 and short castle and d3. It's sort of King's Indian in attack with one tempo more. White is playing the setup of King's Indian with an extra tempo because he is white, and usually we play King's Indian with black. And on the top of that, black played e6, which normally white goes e4, but here black wasn't able to play e5 in the opening after knight f3. So that are advantages for white, but on the other hand, it's still King's Indian, which is considered to be not that objectively perfect opening. That's why it's playable, but it's nothing that special. And instead of a4, they usually go something like knight bd2, and they are trying to push e4 in. So that's the normal setup they usually play. Also, I saw some game of Richard Rapport in German Bundesliga very recently, where he went bishop f4. And actually, I played that myself during this summer in some game, but I lost the game terribly. The idea behind this move is to control e5, and white is preparing the pawn sacrifice. He wants to play, or it would be she in the case of Lilith Marchian. She can play e4 next. And white is waiting for the c5 move with the idea to play e4 next. And this pawn sacrifice, I believe, was also played in some games of Magnus Carlsen and recently by Richard Rapport, but they played something else immediately after bishop f4. But this is the idea, and when black takes the pawn, also he can do that with the queen's exchange on d1. It's also another branch. Now white can choose between queen e2 and knight e5 with a nice positional compensation due to this bishop on g2. compare the bishop on g2 with the bishop on c8, and you can understand why there is a nice positional compensation for the pawn, because the difference in the bishops is huge, and that's the main reason why this is okay for white. And you can see that white waited for the move c5, and only then he sacrificed the pawn, because the c5 is useful for white. It creates another weaknesses in black's camp, especially the b5 square, and c6 is no longer possible and for the blockade of the bishop on g2. So yeah, they also play bishop f4. As you can see, they are trying to find new ways in this basic position, because the normal approach with knight bd2 and e4 is somewhat not fashionable, let's say last year, and a4 is one of these new approaches. It surprised black a little bit, but only a little bit, because she reacted knight c6 in 4 minutes. What is the idea behind the move a4? White wants to gain space on the queen side. That's the main idea. And she wants to go a5 next in a very short future. I mean, it's not terribly dangerous for black, but black needs to decide whether he wants to go c5 or knight c6. And that's what happened in the game. Knight c6 happened in the game. And black also might go e5 next. This move is aimed for e5. So it can happen. But the knight also blocks the c7 pawn, and I've seen some game recently that after knight c6, white just played d4, transposing the game to the Catalan with a very strange position because of this a4 and knight c6 move included. It's strange for black because the knight is not very well placed on c6, but it's also strange for white because in this structure a4 only creates weakness on b4. So it's strange for both sides, and the position is objectively around equal. So d4 is one of the possibility. You play d3, but then after knight c6 you change your mind and you play d4. And this is the computer influence on recent Grandmaster chess, because normally you wouldn't see such moves, like, I don't know, 5 or 10 years ago. But yeah, nowadays they do that quite often. It's just a different style. But after knight c6, white is thinking, and I like this game. It's funny. I wonder whether white will play a5, following her plan, a5, a6, or she can play this d4 line, or she can return to the e4 plan and play knight bd2 and e4, and that would transpose to some sort of King's Indian. Also, there is an idea after a4 to go knight a3, but I think that's a little bit stupid. So I don't expect that to happen. Maybe it will, and then I will look stupid. I don't know. Let's wait for white, and let's change the game. I'm wondering how Czech players are doing today. And we see another knight f3 and g3 game. Oh my. This is going to be fun for me because I also play knight f3 and g3 opening. I played it quite a lot in recent years. I mean, I also play e4 normally, but from time to time it's good to have a quiet game, and that's why I also go this knight f3 g3 lines. And yeah, this c4 in this and for black, I think the most responsible approach is actually to take on c4, which we saw on the first board. Taking on c4 is quite good, and I can recommend that, because apart from that, it's not that easy for black to choose a line. For example, after bishop e7, it's also, of course, very playable, no problem with that. But in this position, white is not forced to go into the main lines of Catalan after short castle, and white can also consider playing b3, which was one of the main opening lines for Vladimir Kramnik a few years ago. And then black can consider playing d4, transposing the game to some sort of reversed Benoni structure. Or black can, of course, play something like c5. But then the bishop on b2 and the possibility of playing d4 later on is quite good for white. This is quite a playable position. And of course, white after d4 is happy because there is no main variation of Catalan, because instead of b4 they usually go d4, but after d takes c4 it's just a draw. So that's why Vladimir Kramnik wanted to play b3 here on the sixth move. And this opening knight f3 g3 is calm, but it contains some logic behind it, and there are many possibilities to transpose to different pawn structures, different openings for black and also for white. And that's why it's kind of popular these days, because you can outsmart your opponent in the preparation by specific move order, for example, to lure him into this b3. And if he knows nothing about this structure, and if he wanted to play d takes c4 line, now he is not able to play that. And that can be quite annoying. And against a normal opposition, it's good to have such a surprise in your game. So yeah, that's some ideas behind this line. And I'm curious to see whether Julia Movsesian is also there with knight f3 g3 setup. But now, no, we have knight e2 and g3 setup. Okay, I will see bishop on g2 many times today. And actually, in the game, d5 happened. I told you about during the beginning of the commentary. I told you about this line, and exactly this line happened. d5, e takes d5, and then d4 was played by Julia. And this line is considered to be slightly better for white, so I'm a little bit surprised that black went into it, because you can play such different openings when white goes closed Sicilian. You can choose setups with g6, d6. You are not forced to play this d5 line. But yeah, there are guys who like it because it's going into the queen's isolated pawn. And of course, there are players who like that structure, so then they usually play this d5. But anyway, it's considered to be okay for white, and maybe slightly better. And I do remember that white usually goes knight takes d4 and then knight de2 back, exactly what happened in the game. And now after h3, it's actually pretty tough for black. And if black doesn't know the opening, and it seems like that because black is already thinking for a long time, and we are in a preparation of white because Julia is playing very fast, it can be actually very difficult for black to play this position without the exact knowledge. Because what would you do after h3? Where the bishop belongs, right? It can, of course, it can go to e6, but then you have this knight f4 idea, which can be a little bit annoying. And if the bishop goes to h5, which is, of course, also possible, then you need to calculate the idea of g4. g4 is not necessary. You can also play bishop g5, but let's show the idea. Then the knight on e2 is no longer pinned, and I can take on d5. It's not that easy for white, because the c2 pawn is also somewhat hanging, and there is a combination that knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop takes d5, all these exchanges, and then black takes on c2. It's slightly worse position, but okay, it's playable. But white can also consider playing g5, which is the best move according to the computer. So we have this g5 move. But on the other hand, it weakens the pawn structure on the king side for white, so this is very risky, and only computer can play that. So it's not easy for both sides, but if you don't know the theory for black, it can be quite dangerous. So I'm not surprised that black is thinking. She seems to be out of book already, but to be out of book in this position is quite dangerous actually. So I'm curious to see where black puts her bishop. The bishop h5 is one possibility. Bishop e6 is the other possibility. Of course, the bishop can also go to f5 because that's the normal square for the bishop. Yeah, we are waiting the move after h3. Let's move to the top boards because for sure we will have some development there, but not on the first board. Surprisingly, Jelena Danielian, she thought for 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes she came with the move d4, which is actually quite normal, right? d4 move. But the thinking, the process of these 20 minutes must have been difficult for the white player because it seems that she is not prepared for the b6 line. It was a surprise for her, and probably it was not a pleasant surprise. She is not happy about the position because otherwise she wouldn't think for 20 minutes in such a normal line. So she goes d4, but she realizes that something went wrong. In this Catalan, you are not supposed to let black develop the bishop to b7. It's a big achievement for black. So it's not an ideal move order, as we talked about during the commentary. White is not happy about the outcome of the opening, but Monika Sochko is happy, I think. She is still in the book, and she is in the lead, as I told you, 4.5 out of 5. So we have a Polish leader. I told you that I played some games with her husband, Bartosz Sochko. He is a very strong chess player. So they have a chess marriage. I think I didn't play any game with Monica, but maybe I did. I'm not good at this stuff. Like, for example, when I see the commentary of Petr, he is able to cite the game that was played 10 years ago, and I'm always asking myself, how is that even possible? I do not remember my own games. So yeah, that's just it. After d4, of course, black played bishop b7, white played knight c3, and now I think black is going to play rook c8 or bishop e7. Either rook c8 or bishop e7, and black is relatively happy because he was able to develop the bishop to b7, and I don't think white has any advantage here in this position. Of course, white will play rook d1, try to do her best, and it's playable position, but objectively it's okay for black. So the opening on the top board is good for black. I think Monika Sochko is relatively happy. And when we see the game on the second board between Lilith Mertchian and Nana Zagmidze, after knight c6, white seemed to be a little bit surprised because it took her 9 minutes to react on knight c6. And she didn't play any of the moves I suggested. And that shows how rich is this position, that you can really play this in an interesting way. Because I would expect this d4 move or a5 move, gaining space on the queen side. But instead of all of this, white played the move c3, which is a big surprise for me because I don't think c3 is objectively the best move. Uh, Maybe her ambition wasn't to make the best move, but just to play chess. Uh, it's also okay, of course. But now black has a choice between e5 and a5, and I believe both moves are good, and both moves are more than okay for black. I really don't like white's opening in this game. It's playable, but no, I think you shouldn't do that at home. White is still okay because he is white, and if black goes e5, then it's with the loss of two tempes, and that's a lot because compared to the King's Indian, one tempo you lost because you are black, and one tempo you lost because you played e5 in two moves. So it's still okay for white, but I think white is already under pressure. E4 is the move I want to play, but now I don't think it's possible. E4 just loses some material because black can take that, so you are supposed to prepare it by playing knight bd2. But then even I think e4 is possible in this position after knight bd2 because yeah, I don't like these moves c3 and a4, so I would even suggest e4 for black in this position. And actually e5 happened in the game. It's on the board, and we are waiting for knight bd2, and I'm expecting to happen, to see that on the board. And after knight bd2, okay, let's go there. Let's understand what happens after e4, where white knight goes. It can go to e1, it can go to d4. And maybe objectively it's around equal, I think. White can choose whether he wants to go to e1 and d4. But this line, knight d4, knight takes d4, c takes d4, e takes d3, e takes d3. I think this position is not good for white. I don't like it, and the computer agrees with me. It shows that it's -1 for black. That's a lot, actually. It surprises me because I would guess it's like slightly better for black, maybe, but the computer shows that the advantage is big. Okay, these doubled pawns on d3 and d4, this is not good. You can say that the d3 pawn controls e4 square, that's true, but the d4 pawn is very weak, and it will be weak till the end of the game. That's the problem. Also, the queen side structure is somewhat weakened. The b4 square is forever in the black's control. I can play a5, and due to the pawn structure, black has the advantage. So we are waiting for the move knight bd2, but I think after e4, white has to go knight e1, which is a normal reaction. And of course, it's playable for white. But now black has a big variety of choices. After knight e1, I can consider playing bishop f5, defending the pawn on e4. Also rook e8. Because when you imagine, if you take on e4, I take with my pawn, and you can't take with the knight because the queen on d1 is hanging. So, I don't know, I don't like this for white. I don't like these moves c3 and a4. I think it does nothing, and this looks like some sort of strange Alekhine defense with the color reversed. And Alekhine is not that such a good opening, and also you don't play a4 in that structure. So yeah, somehow I think White wanted to have a game without a theory for some reason, apparently, because against Nana Zagnidze, personally, I would choose some opening theory, uh, computer theory that probably Nana will not remember. I know that she has some problems in the opening. We saw that during the tournament, especially with black pieces, she has some problems in the opening. She could have lost this game against Dina Belenkaya. So I'm very surprised by White's choice. I don't like it. And instead of this c3 move, I would really recommend to play d4 immediately, where black goes knight c6. I think d4 is the way to go, because then you block the center and you can use that the knight on c6 is badly placed. So that's why I would recommend this d4 move. I think it was the way to continue. And this c3 line I don't like. And White is already thinking for 5 minutes, and I think, yeah, it will be tough for her after e5, because when you compare it to the game now, where Black was able to play e5, he already has the center, and I think Black has better position. It's not easy for White to make a move now. Maybe there is an idea, and computer agrees, that White can play calmly a5. Maybe it's the idea whole time, gaining space on the queen side. I know it looks a little bit stupid, but at least it's something. You follow the plan. You started with a4. Of course, Black can play a6 now, and I think that would be a natural reaction. And then anyway, White would go knight bd2, I think, trying to push e4 in, and Black can react with e4, and we will be there where we had the analysis. We have a move and another surprise here. Oh my. After 5 minutes of thinking, White played queen c2, so that was the idea. So instead of a5, queen c2 happened. Okay, I can understand that. I like it more than this knight bd2 line, because now e4 is not that strong. When you go e4 now, I can take that. Black can also take with the knight, of course, on e4. It's playable. Maybe it's better, because when you take with the pawn, it's suddenly not that good for Black. After d takes e4, you should take with the knight, because when you take with the pawn, White has a very nice square for the knight. It can go knight g5. And yeah, this is better for White suddenly, because the e4 pawn is heavily attacked, and White will win that pawn. It's not lost for Black. Black has some compensation, but it's not something you want to do. So after queen c2, there are other options, and there is this e4 mistake, which will not happen on the board. And I actually like this move, queen c2. Okay, from my director, I have a message that we should have a break. Okay, we have guests here. Okay, I will have a short break. Thank you for watching. I will be back shortly, let's say in 10 minutes. Bye. So, dear chess friends, welcome back. I have a guest here, and it's a special guest because it's the president of European Chess Union, Zurab Azmaiparashvili. Welcome, Zurab.
Thank you.
I'm very happy that you joined me. How do you like the tournament so far?
So far, everything is going well. So it's good and right.
Yeah.
Sometimes we make, and that hopefully everything will go well. But I was sure about that. Normally, in Prague, where we have a quite big experience organizing big or small tournaments, and always it's done on the professional level. I have no doubt that the tournament will end also very well. And just after 1 week, we'll celebrate
Okay.
one more victory, because I'm calling also victory when organizers are organizing on high level. There's not only players are winning from this.
And why you decided to spend a whole tournament here in the Czech
Yes,
Republic?
sometimes I'm okay. I want to be honest about this. First of all, I like Prague.
That's good for us. Yeah. Thank you.
Let's say like this. Second, many times even I'm trying to follow our individual tournaments. I like the individual
Okay.
tournaments to follow, because I somehow there we have our major event like this, and also team events. I like very much team events as well. And generally, I'm spending my time like this traveling, and to understand better, to understand what chess players need, and etc. So you need to be in the daily communication with them, and I have very good connection with players. I like this when they recognize you, you recognize them. It's important, just to be the president and don't know your people. It's not
Yeah.
not so.
I know.
And I'm meeting also new organizers. Always it's my pleasure to meet the organizers. And of course, I have my whatever evaluation of the organizers. And for me, I'm absolutely honest about this. You can be sure. Some of them, they can be more friends with me, but if they don't organize world tournament, I'm very upset about this, and I'm openly criticizing them about this. And maybe some of others cannot be just regular friends, nothing special. But if they organize well, this is most important part for me. And Prague organizers, that first of all, we contact. I have a long relationship with people, especially with Jan Mazov, and of course Petr Pisk. It's our guy for a long time, and I'm happy, with all people, with Victor Novotny. I'm happy. I'm missing him right now. I think one day he will come also to us and heard about he. And you are doing the great job. For me also in the beginning, the chairman of the federation is doing the live commentary. Some people maybe can be confused about this, but you like this, why not? Why not? You're doing this perfect. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You were re-elected recently, right?
Yes, recently, yes, just before FIDE Congress, we organized, with permission of FIDE, of course, our General Assembly in Thessaloniki, 23rd of July. Again, happened the same like in Batumi. I hope that in the future will be not like this, because we need any business, including the leadership, need the challenges and need the new opportunities. So second time I'm running with my team and with Ticket, and we don't have a challenger, we don't have a concurrent, which is from one part, we like this somehow, that people say that you are doing the good work, but from the other part, it's giving you. I was just playing in my life. I never like to get the default by default the point. Come on, it's ridiculous that you are getting plus. You feel something wrong, something wrong. Here, I don't feel that this is similar like this. Probably really, because it's not easy. But any business, I said, need you have to see the concurrent.
Yeah,
It could be
it's
better.
it's
Could be
it's the
better.
same. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can actually say the same words as you regarding the Czech Chess Federation. It's very similar here. We also have a great team. I hope we will continue. But you never know what can
Well,
happen. Yeah.
that's
But surely you have plans for next few years in ECU.
next few years, by sure. First of all, tomorrow we will have our first board meeting, which will be half live and half Zoom, like this,
Oh,
because
really? Hybrid.
hybrid, yes,
Yeah.
of course, it will be hybrid because here will be 4 members. It will be Dana, will be Eva, will be Todoros, and myself.
Here?
So
Here
here,
in Prague, yeah.
and
Yeah, all these guests we have here, it's a big honor for us. So
yes,
thank
and
you for
the
coming.
rest
Yeah.
of the board, they will join us by Zoom. And tomorrow, of course, we have beside all this what we have to do, especially planning for the future for the next 4 years. But first, we hope to introduce the chairpersons. This is my exclusive priority, let's say like this, to introduce the names to the board. Already I have a quite successful negotiation with future chairmen of the commissions. Recently, you know that we have 4 commissions, but we are going to discuss tomorrow, and I believe that we will also approve the new commission, which will be media and communication. And tomorrow will be chosen and appointed 4 chairmen of the commissions. About media and communication, I think we need more time because it's for us it's a quite serious challenge, quite serious because here I don't want to be hurry and to make a mistake. It's important for us to understand exactly what challenges we are facing in the future, building this commission, why we should have this commission. Of course, we need this commission. When you have, for example, in ECU, we have directors also. Yes, we don't want exactly that some commissions will repeat the work of the directors. So there should be also clear understanding where we are and how we are doing. And this is my, always my thoughts like this, that to find the golden middle where one commission is doing things and directors are doing, and they are communicating well, and the business is going well.
I can see that you have big passion for this kind of work, yeah?
Yes, of course.
But okay, as the president of ECU, it's your job now. But you are a former very good chess player, better than me, of course. Yeah. Are you playing chess nowadays?
Yes, I'm playing only if I have good internet, then I'm playing bullet 1 minute in chess.com.
Oh, bullet 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Just for fun.
Already, I think I reached around 50,000 game.
Oh.
I never expected in my life ever I will play 50,000 game. But this opportunity of the internet chess, giving such opportunity, and why not? We are using this.
And when was the moment where you became a chess politician instead of a chess player? Is it a long time ago?
Yeah, very long time ago.
Very long
really.
time.
I was enough, how you mentioned, enough good chess player, leader of the Georgian team, and in '97, I think it came to me when I was 37 years old. Actually, I already started thinking like this, that of course, what is my future? Okay, I cannot be world champion, obviously, because I worked with the world champion worked with Gary quite a long time.
I know.
So I understand, which level we are targeting. So again, how long you continue. And I discovered myself that I'm not Korchnoi who will play all the rest of his life chess. So somewhere, and I see something wrong in the wrong direction is moving Georgian Chess Federation, really, because even beside all this was a successful kids, always some medals and etc. in the world and European events. My feeling was like this: that the president of the federation, he was a good guy. I have nothing against him, but he see very much himself. inside. So he was the priority of federation was the president, not the yes,
Not
no,
chess.
not chess,
Okay.
not chess. And here we start some kind of conflicts also inside. And
Okay.
in one moment, just suddenly, my mind came like this. Okay, I will go against you. What we can
Okay. You were young
I was young,
at that
and
time,
he was
25
shocked. He
years
was
ago.
shocked. He told me,
Okay.
"But you are a leading player. You have to continue to play chess." I said, "Okay, I will continue to play chess. There is no problem
Okay.
also to continue."
That's
But
when it
at the
started.
same time, I will. And I became president in '98, president of
98.
federation. Actually, he didn't run. He decided not to run in the
Okay.
last moment. In the last moment,
Okay.
I faced quite a big problem because first of all, always presidents are very close to uh, the leadership of the chess. Yes, I mean we have a long tradition. Georgia have a chess long tradition, so presidents have very good and special relationship with our female players. So somehow,
Really?
yes, we
Okay.
started
We can
with Nona
we'll talk
Gaprindashvili
about
with
it later, yeah.
yeah.
Because Nana is playing here. She
Yeah, Nana is playing there, but that moment was in Georgia. I mean, giving you just name, Gaprindashvili, Chiburdanidze, Yerseliani, Gurieli, and somehow they were very close to the president, to me also, but they don't understand why I am running against the president.
okay.
So from the
I see.
first day,
Yeah.
I want, from the first day, I faced this kind of situation where I have to establish a new relationship with the people. It was not easy. Believe me, it was not easy. I try my best for Georgia. First of all, I establish new tournament, not new tournament, but I bring to Georgia European Championship. In '99, we have a European Team Championship. By the way, Slovakia became a champion, female champion in '99.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Okay.
We established first ever women championship, which is important also. Natalia Zhukova became a champion in year 2000. So, and this was my initiative to make all this. And of course, I find for this the right place in the time. But to me, finally, based on all this, my and our team activity, we brought the Olympiad also to this city and to Georgia. So the life shows that I was not wrong.
That's true.
This was very important for me.
Just
It was an internal fight with our girls, our famous chess players. I will always respect them. And finally, my biggest victory was when they start to respect also what I have done. This was the biggest victory, but it takes a lot of time.
yeah, I just wanted to ask how it started. Yeah, it's interesting for me. So thank you
I
for sharing.
start to be politician like this, just politician.
Thank you for sharing
Then
this
Boris
experience.
Putin invited me in his team as a member of the issue board. Then Kirsan invited me in FIDE also to be the vice president. So it was, people see that I'm very active in my country and I'm bringing really everything what I can, all relationship and which is connecting with money, of course. And they were happy that anytime they can find a partner who will work and bring new events to Georgia.
And how is it with Georgian chess now? Is it good? Do you have state support? Is it
Yeah,
getting
we have
better?
a state support. It was very important for me. Actually, I don't know if you know about this or not, but after 2012, when the party which I joined first and probably last time in my life, political party, we won the election, and I was the time. Actually, I refused to be appointed minister because I don't have a team, and but I agreed to be deputy minister of sport. And when we start this project about the Olympiad, and also I decided to run for European Chess Union. When we won Olympiad, it was a very important project for us, and I stay as a being president of European Chess Union. I stay as a deputy minister before we pass all through to government. Final government approved the budget of Olympiad, and most important thing, even more important than Olympiad, was the program for 5 years, and then it continued. And continue, which is the budget is very stable. Today, for example, Georgia budget is one of the largest in Europe, one of the largest. Everything is comparison. Of course, there are very big countries. Georgia, it's only 4 million something population. It's not big, And but by budget, we have a budget around 600,000 euro, which is, I believe, that one of the largest if you compare with the population. And this is very stable. And and when we passed this, I told the prime minister at the time. So now I feel that all my duties before chess, I'm the right person. So I want to resign from the position of the deputy minister, and of course I got this.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I
Yeah.
was there in Batumi
Yeah.
during the Olympiad. It was perfectly organized, and it's a big, massive
No, it was a big
tournament,
challenge. Big challenge.
big
It's
challenge,
not-
yeah,
it's
because
not
you
easy.
need a lot of money for that.
For example, we were witness recently finished Olympiad in Chennai. In 5 months, they really organized
Yeah,
brilliant
it's
Olympiad,
unbelievable, yeah.
Olympiad. And I want to once again congratulate our Indian friends, and especially Bharat Singh, who really give the soul for this. But what I discovered in Chennai and for this Olympiad, what I want to say, what we were missing in Georgia, and we will miss because we are small countries again. In India, they have a unlimited human resources. Really, it's very important. It's very important. In Georgia, we care about every people because if we don't say something, we say something wrong. They can leave, and then we cannot replace. We cannot find easy someone to replace. And
That's true.
That was a challenge. That was a challenge for us. For India, it was a different challenge because timing was very short.
They were in a time trouble.
They were in a time trouble, and bravo, I applaud them. Really bravo that they did this. But always I say, okay, but we are not India. In Georgia, to find so many human resources is impossible.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we don't have such political connections, I think, in this country, because we had the Olympiad in 1931. So it would be very nice to have it after 100 years, but it takes such a big amount of money that nobody can promise that here, I think.
Well, I don't see that this will take such a big amount of money. The problem here, what I see, that this is a chess problem generally, that people really don't see when they spend this money, what is the feedback from this?
Okay.
For example, I was telling them when in Georgia I asked budget for the opening ceremony, especially opening ceremony. I told them we are going to organize Olympiad, which roughly will cost around 9 million euros, something like this. If we don't organize and if we don't make a really good opening ceremony where we can introduce as Georgia our culture to the world, then all money I consider just we throw it in the water in the river. They asked me why. Because I said it's only way that you introduce your country. For this you pay money. You have to introduce your country because this will build in the future tourism. Georgia is a wine country. Everybody knows it. So we have a good wine and it's a long tradition of wine. All these things you have to show the people. And that's why I insist with my team about this. And we have I truly believe that we have ever best opening ceremony of the Olympiad. This was done only because I love my country. I want to do something for my country, and I have to prove that my country don't spend money for nothing, just for chess, just for chess. For chess, really, it's a big money. So we have to,
Yeah,
we
9
have to
million.
understand this, that besides we have to do something side events which will bring more advertising for our game. Otherwise, politicians or even businessmen, they will think about, they will refuse. But if they see that it's bringing something parallel, then it's more easy to get.
Okay, thank you. Do you have time to watch games here?
Of course, why not?
Prague?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. We see
If
the
I
game
don't
of
forget.
Nana Zakidze.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, it's I prefer, that normally I prefer position with white now because I was playing Beards and okay.
You are playing. So you would be happy with white here?
With white because disappears.
Really?
If you turn the color, I will be more happy. Turn color.
Okay.
Give
Yeah.
the black color.
It's
here.
confusing.
Okay.
It's
No,
confusing.
listen. It's as just I can tell you. Okay, everything looks perfect. But if you have black pieces now like this, you should feel much better. I don't know why.
It's
But
true. Yeah.
this is some kind of feeling, yeah.
And
With
nowadays,
white, I'm not so happy.
nowadays it's even worse because computer shows that black is better, and but you don't
I
care.
know, but
Yeah.
I really don't care about
Oh, okay.
what computers show because computer, okay, computer is calculating some first line, yes, from both sides, which never will follow by this player.
Yeah, I
Which is
told our spectators
so.
many times during the transmission.
Yeah, yesterday I was watching one game, very interesting game, and I discovered the move, for example, which was giving the computer when it's okay, white try to occupy the white squares, actually to exchange white bishops, and then to make a some kind. And black normally in such situation normally they should not put the pawns on the black squares from the both sides because then they will have a just black bishop, which will be like an idiot.
That,
Okay,
yeah.
so the computer show in this situation move b5 before actually putting the pawn on before. I said, okay, this is a first line. If any girl or it doesn't matter, if Magnus will make this move, I will not doubt that. Okay, the guy can do this. But if anyone will make, then I we have to check this.
Yeah.
Why is doing this move?
Yeah,
It's out of
it's
my
different
understanding. Yeah.
nowadays. Yeah, it's different nowadays. And who is the best Georgian player among women now? Nana
Yeah,
Tsagnieva? Yeah.
no, yes, no, it's yeah.
And do you support them to go to European Championship?
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of
They
course.
have your support and
No, they have federation support, not my support. It's a federation support.
I understand.
I'm
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
president of the even not a board member of Georgian.
You are not a board member anymore.
We
Okay.
decide the group like this, me, Nona Gapindashvili, my Chiportanice, to stay in the supervisory board, something like this.
Okay,
Not in the board. I mean, board, it's a daily.
I know.
basic,
I know from my
you know,
position.
so
Yeah.
it's,
Okay, I understand.
we
Okay,
are not
thank you.
decision makers.
So you are your
Yeah.
federation supports.
Our federation
players,
is a
yeah.
rule, yes. The best female or best male players are supported. Doesn't matter is playing championship or not. And then first three places from the championship is supported financially, yes. For the
Yeah, we are very
European
happy that you are here because Nana is the top seed. Yeah.
Yeah, Nana is top seed.
She of course she's trying to win the tournament.
It's not easy, of course. For
Yesterday
for those
it was
who play
tough for
Olympiad and they play very good Olympiad, they share just first place with Ukraine. I again congratulate Ukraine with winning the Olympiad. And for Georgia was a great victory. And I know that what is up and down in sport, in any athlete have a like this. And if somebody will become in the first three places, I believe that this will be already victory, because I know that after Olympiad they spend a lot of energy and to recover it was not so big time for this.
Yeah, they went home and after
all of
10
them,
days they traveled
they
here.
went home, they have kids, they have family, all this.
And then they go to Prague.
Exactly.
And do they like it here or do you have feedback from them or not?
Yeah, they like here, and especially we start like this. Nana was not too well feeling when she arrived here, and organizers plus our guy who have experience working in the hospital, Gert Begul, who is leading the Pills committee here, with Petr. Pisk, they did everything possible. That next day she was not only feeling well but also able to play chess.
Okay, yeah. She is playing good games. Yesterday it was a crisis for her because her position was bad, but it was a draw.
Actually, yesterday maybe it was not so much, but in the second round.
The opening was
with
good.
Belenka, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Chess.
Yeah.
She played really very good chess to the opponent. I follow and. Then when she got the winning position, start of course.
Yeah, but today I believe the position is good for black. What would be the move you would make in this position? I'm curious. Bishop e6 or
Bishop e6. Yeah, bishop e6.
And do you know the computer is suggesting bishop takes a3? No, I wouldn't believe that. No, this wouldn't happen, right? Bishop e6.
No, probably not. But
bishop takes a3.
But
I
if
don't
you
get.
analyze from the perspective, maybe it's not a bad move at all.
I don't know.
Yeah, because then it's easier to protect d5 pawn. So file is open.
Oh,
And you know, this knight, it's somehow it can make a problem for you after taking the knight c4, rook e1. You know, it's not maybe just to protect that's why it's such an offer by computer.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Which I cannot say this is illogical to give the bishop to knight. It's not easy to make, but
yeah. Bishop e6 happened. Yeah.
bishop e6. Yeah.
I think the bishop takes a3 move didn't enter Nana Zagnidze's mind. I mean, e6 is more logical.
Not immediately.
Yeah, and now we expect
say like this that it can be possible in any moment, but not immediately.
And this is your position because it's some sort of pins, right? So
Yeah.
now you play rook e1 simply.
Yes, of course.
Rook e1, and
we
then
have to analyze the move. I don't know which one. No, d4 will not go. I hope. D take e4, take d4.
e takes d5.
So
then
then
bishop
we
takes.
have to transfer bishop f1, bishop c4 like this. Try to
Okay.
exchange.
Yeah, after rook e1, black is probably going to take on e4, right?
Yes, most probably.
Like this.
Yeah,
I didn't get this structure at all for both colors.
Bishop c5 now, of course, attacking f2 or what? Or actually opening for queen e7 mainly. This is.
Yeah, I believe black is slightly better in this position, but it's playable for
From my
white.
perspective, no.
No, it's okay. Yeah, you
Yes.
played it for many years.
Yeah, just you know, it's bishop c4 with c5 is very good move because if you play bishop e3, of course, I will exchange, which is in my favor, and to keep the bishop on e6, and then knight d7 can be possible move in transferring knight to c5. Okay, well.
And what about other Georgian players here at this tournament? Who is the other player? Nino Batsiashvili?
Interesting how Leader is playing. Leader is looks like that it's better with black.
Yeah. I think Jelena Danielian, she mixed something up in the opening because black was able to develop the bishop to b7 very quickly in the Catalan. I don't know if you are any expert of this on the theory of Catalan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm not an expert of any opening now, but
because yeah, it's the same with me. I just don't know because this c5 move happened in the opening, and I do believe it's important to have the possibility of knight e5 after b6. So now you probably should move the queen away.
Yeah.
Because now after short castle, b6 happened, and then Jelena Danielian, she was thinking for 20 minutes because b6 surprised her, and it's already around equal according to the computer because the bishop gets to b7 and it's okay for black. So it was an interesting moment, and I don't know the theory at all. So
no,
well, bad luck.
Very logical. If you can play b6 without any pain, why not to play here?
Yeah. And then they played it normally, and the position was like this. And I think white wants to win the game somehow, right?
Win the game, but okay,
this e4 move that happened in this position.
Risky move, I think.
Risky move, yeah.
Yeah, because it's somehow pawn is not going back. My teacher was telling me.
Pawn is not going.
Be careful with pawn.
But it's going forward. What would be your reaction after e4?
It's going forward, but you know it can become a victim.
But e5 is a threat, no? No, or it's not a threat.
Big one, not a special one. I mean.
Okay, white spent 15 minutes on e4, and now it's the position on the board. And surprisingly for me, it's a bad. I would do that with white.
What is the problem?
H6, yeah.
What you will do?
H6,
yeah. Correct?
Maybe I would sacrifice. I don't know.
No,
but only in a 1 minute game, right?
Only in 1 minute game. Yeah, 1 minute probably is you must sacrifice.
No, but no, it's not that bad, right? I would sacrifice.
Maybe it's giving some idea to make a draw. Yeah? Fast draw like.
No, don't draw.
Why not? Bishop
What's your
e7.
defense?
To find, yeah. Bishop e7 is only move to defend. Then knight e5. Yeah.
No, but we have the computer here, and that's not fair.
It's not fair.
Bishop
Absolutely, I
E7
agree
would
with
not
you.
be your move.
Bishop take F2, which is a
Bishop
very
takes
adaptable
F2.
move. Very adaptable move. King H1. King H1. Just go King H1 or
Yeah, I don't like bishop
yeah.
takes F2 at all.
And
No,
then
I
what?
think
Bishop is out from the game.
human would normally play knight H7 here. No.
Knight H7. It's not good move because at minimum I have draw immediately. Yeah? Knight G5.
Knight G5, knight DF6, E5 maybe.
E5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving draw.
Computer's giving draw.
Mhm.
No, but I would sacrifice. I think she's going to sacrifice. No, because instead of this, I mean, after H6, you are not going to take the knight on H.
You know, Bishop E7 when you giving computer only
Yeah.
0.74 is not much.
But nobody would play bishop E7. I don't see
Does
that.
she
But
play H6 already?
no, she didn't. But it's a logical move, but nobody is going to take the knight on F6 or going back with the bishop. I mean, when you play E4 and you have the queen here, that after H6 you're not going to take.
No, if you take just okay,
No,
you recognize
there is
that all
nothing.
your
I mean,
plan was
black
mistake.
will take, and then after E5 she can go to D5 normally, right?
Yeah, knight E4, bishop 7.
Knight D4 maybe.
Knight D4.
No,
Knight
it's
A on C3 and G2.
no. Yeah, it's worse for white now.
No, knight E4, bishop 7, and queen is not so comfortable. Queen G4.
Yeah, maybe like that. Yeah. But still, you have no piece to attack this king side.
Nothing. You already have a yes. Just
So I think
let
this
it go.
will happen. No, she will fight for the first place. Do you think Monika Sochka will play this provocative
Well,
H6?
yes, if she will calculate it's not dangerous bishop H6, then she will play. But you see, normally, if she play, for example, with black, whatever her task before the game to make peaceful draw, why not with Danielian, who is a current champion, right? Incumbent champion, it's Danielian. So why not? If knight H7 I play, I'm forcing white to make a draw, which is not bad based on this opening. But here, okay, why not play H6 when I analyze this? In this position, I would think to play knight H7 to make a draw, or maybe to have a more something bishop E7. Then of course she can think about and play bishop E7, but again, it will not guarantee easy victory. You see, rook D4 here, knight D5.
Rook D4. Rook D4 is funny, yeah.
So that's why normally 90% of the players they will go knight H7 and just agree draw.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and is it really a draw? It's a normal defense. You go knight H7.
Yeah,
it's normal.
I think I'm
knight G5. Yeah, and you can just take.
Yeah, just take it draw.
And no chances for white. No chances for black. Yeah, just nothing.
I'm forcing you to make a draw. King H7 and you just make it check.
Yeah. Check. E5 is nothing. So
G5.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see a short draw. I don't know. But it would be a good result for Monika Sochka.
Yes, definitely. If you plan before the game, and she don't have something special in this game today. Okay, she has a slight advantage done by computer, not by human being, correct? If she's calculating in H6, which is in main agenda to make a draw, why not?
Bishop E7 is other possibility.
Yes.
But no. From human point of view, H6 is most logical, and then takes.
Bishop E7 also.
Yeah,
Bishop E7 is a move where black say that we don't want to have a draw, let's fight.
Yeah, the idea behind it is
not, the idea is the same. H6.
H6, yeah.
To kick out.
Yeah. Okay. And your second best player here is Nino Batsiashvili? Am I correct?
Yes. Nino.
Yeah, this is the classical opening.
Yeah, it's classical opening. I mean, here, depends what you prefer. Normally, I would prefer to play with white because I know that if I don't want to lose the game, I will not lose this game. Something like this. Only from this perspective, I would choose white. because if I cannot imagine that all pieces can be changed, and even all pieces is changed anyway, it will be drawn. Because I will
But
transfer my king.
somewhat it is strange that White has these two rooks on d2 and d1, and he's not going d5. Because after d5, I think
Now
he takes on
cannot.
queen d6, yeah?
Yes. No.
Okay, that is not possible,
No.
but
Queen
it
F4
was
maybe
possible
it's a possible move now.
here. But yeah, this is just. But d5 was possible here.
You just take.
One move ago.
Take.
Then my idea was to go e5, but
e5 rookie. And
yeah.
Queen F1.
Queen f1, yeah.
And knight e4.
Oh, rook e2.
Rook e2.
Maybe, yeah. Queen f1 is more logical. And then
knight e4 and take.
yeah. And then you take.
Okay, it's e7.
Yeah, it's somehow it seems to me that this is something, but
Okay,
but here
also,
after
but
rook8
I think White is trying here also. Maybe Queen F4.
Queen f4,
try
yeah.
to
Queen f4, Queen c7 maybe. Yeah, normal game.
G4, I don't
And
see this.
do you have any other favorite here in the tournament? No, you're
In
just
the tournament.
rooting for a good chess and
Of course.
good tournament. And yeah. And tomorrow we will have a special conference, right? You will be a
Yes.
guest of
Yes,
the first
yes.
conference of women chess. We have the support of FIDE, the International Chess Federation. Of course, I
Yeah.
thank for this support. It's a big honor for
Correct.
Prague.
We apply for this, and European Chess Union apply. We have this program, annual program done by FIDE Developing Fund, which is the Continental Association. They apply for different activities, and one of the activities, of course, it's this. And of course, I'm very thankful to this program of FIDE because we, in Europe, especially in the pandemic period, we organized a lot of events based on this, and I can say that somehow financially we survived. It was very difficult. I have to say that. Okay, now we are more or less stable organization, this conference again. I will attend tomorrow, and biggest part I will attend. I hope because really I want to listen our leading female players, including not only players but leading politicians or people who try to help women chess, and I believe that will be very interesting for me also to understand what I can contribute to female chess, because it's important for me. I say I make a joke, for me chess is chess. It's not I cannot divide chess men and women. It's okay. It's automatically divided, but always I have a great example in front of me. I was a trainer of more than 1 year training actually Judith Polgar, who was yes. Actually, we tried that period. We really tried to fight for the, if not title of the world champion, but to be one of the leader of the, and she was.
Among men.
She was among men. She was number 8, if I'm not wrong.
In the world. She was in the top 10.
So that's again proof that women can be also.
Yeah.
It's I don't believe this. If women can be great mathematician, if women can be great whatever this doctor or this also can. It's some kind of we have to break this mentality that
this barrier.
Yes.
You were successful with it.
The women have to help actually us to break this wrong.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
So we have a conference.
They should have a more self-confidence, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have a conference tomorrow and Saturday.
For example, Nona Gaprinashvili, she was a very successful chess player, correct? In that time, maybe not many people play chess. But being very close relationship with her, I understand why she was very successful. Because she was absolutely self-confident. Absolutely. Even in the worst position, she was thinking she's better.
And it's not that normal for women, I think.
That's not normal. Exactly. That's what I said. What was the one main point of success?
Mhm.
Was she was very much self-confident about what she's doing.
That's what we need. Yeah.
And this maybe is missing. Our females are missing this, and they have to be more confident about.
Thank you very much, Zura, for joining me.
Thank you, Tom.
I will.
I'm happy to be
Yeah,
with you.
I'm very
And
happy that you came. It was my pleasure, and thank you very much for joining us. I wish that your stay here in Prague will be nice, and you
Yes.
will be happy, and we will do as the organizers.
You know,
We will do the best for the
So many times I was in Prague and I never know that there is a funicular and Eiffel. And I went even there, you know.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. But thank you very much.
Very nice.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. And
We will have a short break, and I will be back in, let's say, 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back. I'm here with you doing the live commentary of the sixth round of European Chess Women Championship 2022 from Prague, from Hotel Don Giovanni. I apologize because today is a strange day. I didn't respond to the questions in chat. So I'm sorry. I'm reading chat, but I had a very important guest here, the president of European Chess Union, ECU, Zurab Azmai-Parashvili, and yeah, now I am back with you. So, who is the favorite to win the tournament? I will get there very shortly. Just a brief comment on the game we checked with Zurab. Nino Batseashvili decided to play knight e5 and f4 plan, which is really something. A very interesting approach from White, and I think now the d5 move we analyzed shortly with Zurab is coming, and the game is going to be very interesting. Anyway, the biggest favorite to win the tournament is Nana Zagnidze. We talked about her with Zurab. We talked about the Olympiad, that it was quite demanding for the players to come home and then after a few days to go to Prague immediately for another tough tournament because we have 11 rounds here. Um, so she is, anyway, the biggest favorite to win the tournament, but she had some rough games recently. And I think she needs to win today. It would be a huge confidence boost for her, even that she has black pieces in her game with Lilith Marchian, the Armenian international master. And they are playing an interesting opening. White is pretending to be black, and it's Pirt's defense. And it's somewhat slightly more pleasant for black according to the computer, and also I see that position as slightly better for black. Zurab told me that she is a slight fan of White's position. She played Pirt's defense for many years, and it's quite normal. So, but I think anyway, Nana Zagnidze is the biggest favorite. But right now, Monika Sochko has 4.5 out of 5, and she is leading the tournament. And we will check her game shortly. Who is the dark horse according to you? Well, that may be the Monika Sochko. I also root for our players, our Czech players, young players, but so far they are not that successful. Will you briefly check the positions of the top 10 boards? I will. I can go back to chess. We had some chess politics here during our chat with Zurab. And interestingly enough, Monika Sochko really played h6 move, but instead of bishop takes h6, what would be like my choice instantly, for some reason, Jelena Danielian decided to play e5, which is a big surprise for me. On the other hand, it's not that stupid how computer shows, because it shows like minus 2.4, which is a lot, but we have an advantage like that that everybody would use and would win the game. But sometimes we have advantage like that, which nobody would be able to use, because the position can also be quite difficult, and it's exactly the case here, because black apparently has 2 moves to reach better position. I would be very curious if you were able to name these 2 moves. Okay, I have the coffee here. Thank you very much. That's important. I didn't make it during the break. Now I'm happy. And we can analyze this position that is very interesting. And then we will check another games from the top 10. I apologize again and thank you guys for comments. I read the chat and I'm with you now. Well, these two moves I was talking about, one of them I find quite logical, and it's the move knight h7. Because you need the knight for the defense of the king. I would maybe play this move, but I wouldn't evaluate the position as minus 1.7 for black. No way. I would think, okay, I'm under pressure. She played e5, so I go knight h7. That's a good defensive move, and I will survive somehow. And I do believe I have a sound position, maybe slight positional advantage, but in no way I would evaluate it like minus 1.7. No, I don't understand that, honestly. And I need to understand that. I'm a big chess fan and I need to understand why on earth this is such a good position for black. Why? So let's have a look. Let's have a look. After knight h7, I do believe that bishop f4 is the move to make for white, because you need to protect the e5 pawn, and also you need to move the bishop away. There is a g5 move for black now, but I believe nobody would play g5. But I can understand that f6 is very good for black now, because it combines two threats. There is this queen on h4, which is currently awkwardly placed because there is no mate for white. And also I need to open the rook from f8. Also it opens the way for my queen to the king side. So I do believe that f6 is a good move. But white's position is surprisingly bad. It's surprising how bad white's position is. And you can see these bishops on c5 and b7 are really very strong. That's also the key factor. For example, black can consider taking on f3. Bishop takes f3 and then to win the pawn on e5. If white takes on f6, then I take with my d knight. And already g5 is going to be a strong threat, because now after g5, queen takes h6, I take the bishop and g6 is covered by my queen. So I see no attack for white. And this position is terrible for white because of the strong position of black rooks, bishops, and the g5 threat. So knight h7 is one of these moves, but I do believe that you already can understand that it's not that easy. If you take the bishop on g5 in the position after e5 in the game, I mean, that's the first move you would consider from human point of view, h takes g5. But apparently, according to the computer, it's already a draw. And I do believe it's the main idea of white. And white calculated the possibility h takes g5, of course. Anyway, it's a top board of European Women Championship. It's the top game we see today. And this variation would continue by knight takes g5. And we are on another crossroad. Now black has many options, but only one of them is good. You need to take the pawn on e5. Knight takes e5. Of course, white can then take the bishop on b7. That's slightly annoying. And the position is around equal, I do believe. Let's imagine the position after knight takes e5, bishop takes b7, and now knight g6, chasing away the queen. Right? It's very, very difficult for both sides. Now, probably queen h3. Maybe even bishop takes f2 then is a possibility. With a very complicated situation. I don't know who is better now. So it's also an option. Instead of taking knight takes e5, one would like to consider bishop takes g2 in the position after e5 and knight takes g5. Bishop takes g2 looks like a reasonable option. But now, suddenly, a brilliant combination in the spirit of Mikhail Tal is possible now. And it's rook takes d7. And I do believe that this is the line that both players calculated, or they are calculating it right now when we see the live transmission. Because you can't take it with the knight, and e takes f6 is a very serious threat now. So this is actually good for white. And we have a move in the game. What do you think happened? We didn't analyze the next good move. Instead of knight h7, even knight takes e5 was possible, but we will not go there because knight h7 happened in the game. And it's actually a good move. After 11 minutes, Monika Sochko decided to calmly step out of the attack with the knight. But I do not believe that she thinks it's like minus 1.7 or something. But I do believe she is happy right now because she understands perfectly that there is no danger on the king side anymore because the knight is protecting the king side very well. So we are waiting for the move of white, and I would say that there is one more important factor in this position, and it's the time. You can see that white has only 30 minutes left, and we are on move 15, right? So we have 25 moves till the time control, and the time trouble is really approaching very fast for Jelena Danielian. That's another big issue. For example, now, I mean, she wants to go bishop f4, right? It's the first move she calculates, but there is this g5 idea. I mean, it looks strange, but the more time we spend on this position, the more I realize how strong is the knight on h7. It blocks queen g5 check, so I can play g5 calmly. And then bishop takes f3, destroying the knight. But okay, it's not easy, but it's a possibility, and white needs to calculate the move. Honestly, I expect bishop d2 now. I know it's a stupid move, but it's the only move where we don't have this g5, and we can calmly return with the bishop. But bishop f4 actually happened in the game. It's the move we analyzed. But now, really, after bishop f4, the g5 move is on the table. Combined with bishop takes f3, it wins a piece for black. And it should be good. But personally, from the practical point of view, I think that f6 move that we analyzed before is better for black. Because by playing f6, you are covering all these squares on the king side. It's important to connect the queen with the king side. And by playing f6, black really gets a big advantage. And it's a practical one. I like this position after f6. According to the computer, bishop takes f3 is possible, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I know that g5 is the idea behind it. And then you want to take the bishop. So we can have this variation on the board, like queen takes h6, g takes f4. If I were black, I would be worried right now about ideas like bishop e4 or knight e4. But with a precise calculation, you realize that it's just not working, because after bishop e4, there is always f5 idea, also other possibilities. Okay, let's analyze it more deeply. let's say white is going to take on f4 first, trying to open the g file. Black is going to step away with the king. And now let's say we have this bishop e4 line after king h8. Always after bishop e4, f5 will happen. That's the defense for black. And now you understand that black is actually more than okay. He is a piece up, and by playing this f5 move, he is completely safe, because after e takes f5, well, e takes f6 en passant, I just take with the knight, and that's it. That's the issue, and black wins. Of course, there is an idea that you can sacrifice on d7 first, sacrificing the rook, but then the queen from d7 would protect the knight on h7. So it's also not the way how to attack with white, and it just leads nowhere. So actually, from the position in the game, I will return to the game because black is thinking after bishop f4. So from the position of right now, we can understand that bishop takes f3 is actually the correct solution. And it's also leading to a big advantage for black, which is very good for Monika Sochko because she's leading the tournament with 4.5 out of 5, and probably she has a chance to win the game, and that would be great for her. We have a free day tomorrow, so yeah, it would be great to have 5.5 out of 6. But the game is not finished yet; it's still in progress, and anything can happen. I believe. Maybe we can see the live transmission, the live camera of this first board. Yeah, they are trying to think very hard. I do believe that you can see that Jelena Danilian, the white player, does not seem happy. I'm not surprised by that. Yeah, holding her head, trying to calculate variations, but the face is not happy. I mean, it's a big fight. Yeah, it's the top board of European Championship, but position is not good for white. So yeah. Okay, we return to chess, and we can check other games that are currently in progress. I will switch to the game we already saw. It's the game of Nana Zagnidze on the second board, where white, in this typical Pirc position, white played d4 move, which is also the move that Surab suggested. But yeah, it's just slightly better for black, and nothing really big is happening because he takes d4 calmly. Now I expect rook takes e8, right? Because the rook on e1 is badly placed. So rook takes e8, and then black can take with the knight. It's also okay for black. It's not good to take on e8 with the queen. I will show you. There's knight takes c7. I do believe that this is winning for white after rook takes e8, queen takes e8, knight takes c7. But of course, black will not take with the queen. He would have to take with the knight, I believe. And although it looks that the knight is badly placed on e8, it's just a temporary factor. And yeah, it will return to the normal position in the center, and I do believe this is going to end in a draw. Everything will exchange on d4. There will be an exchange on g2, and okay, the bishop on c1 is not developed, and maybe black has slight advantage. But to check the third board, where the big favorite Antoaneta Stefanova is playing with black with Maria Gevorgian. Well, it's a sort of a strange position that appeared on the board. And, well, I do believe that white idea is to play knight g6 next. After almost anything. I mean, let's say king e7, then I go knight g6. And I win an exchange, right? I do win an exchange. But on the other hand, black has a nice compensation. You should not forget about the pawn on e4. That is very strong, and black can go e3 then. Also, white's queen is going to be sort of trapped on h8. So this is not going to be an easy game. And you see that black is in a severe time trouble. On the other hand, yeah, see, she thought for 22 minutes, and then she played king f8. According to our clock, she has only 4 minutes left. Although the position is objectively okay for black, I do believe that this kind of time trouble is not possible to manage. And it can be a big surprise because Maria Gevorgian, she she has a rating of only 2200 compared to her opponent. Her rating is 2470. So it would be a big surprise if white wins the game. I wouldn't say it's sure, of course, because the position is very complicated, but the time is so bad for black that I do believe that this is not manageable. But maybe maybe I will be surprised. I don't know. Because let's calculate the variation. Let's go for it. Knight g6, h takes, and queen takes h8. Then what happens? I do believe that e3 is the move to make. I like black's initiative after e3. It's not decided by any means. I mean, white, for example, I do believe that white can make a long castle now. Maybe instead of e3, there was a possibility of playing rook d8 first, not letting white to castle. But on the other hand, white king is not safe on c1 anyway, right? It was not safe on e1 and it's not safe on c1, so maybe that's not such a big issue. I just take on f2 and it's just a big mess. I don't know who has the advantage, white or black. White is an exchange up, black has a pawn for the exchange. White's queen may be slightly trapped on h8. On the other hand, it sort of attacks black's king. So it's a very complicated situation. And actually, knight g6 is on the board. Knight g6 happened, and h takes g6, queen take h8, and we will see this variation in a game because, yeah, I mean, humans are playing this game. So if you go queen h5, then your plan is to go knight g6, and you don't know the computer evaluation. The computer says it's okay for black, but it was just your plan all along, so you follow it. And this will be an interesting game, but I do believe that black has very nice counterplay, and I will show you another move that came across my mind, which is sort of a tall move, knight b4. I do enjoy this kind of chess. Usually I have problems with the opening in the beginning of commentary, but then when they are entering the middle game phase, I am very happy because this is what I enjoy. Knight b4 is a possibility. Then if you take on b4, then queen takes b4 and the king is not going to survive the attack of queen and rook. So now the only way is to make a long castle, and now after knight takes a2, there is another chaos that's going on, and I do believe that black chances are good. And yeah, the problem is the time management. As I told you, 4 minutes is just not holdable. But on the other hand, I mean, it's not that difficult. Knight b4 is something you can consider playing. And yeah, we will see what happens next. I also want to check the Czech games, the game of Natalia Kanyakova and Julia Movsesian, and then we will return to the top boards. So, the game of Natalia, she played something that is objectively not that sound, but when you like this structure, the objective evaluation is not that important. What is important is to play the game very well And if you manage to play it well, then the computer evaluation, like -1, plays not such a big role. When you like this type of King's Indian structures, you can allow yourself to play this kind of position with -1 evaluation. Actually, I'm surprised by that evaluation because I also consider white position to be quite normal. Objectively, it's not considered to be very good, but it's okay. I like this position. It's some sort of a King's Indian with c4 move, but yeah, it looks normal. In the game, white was able to push f4, and black reacted by playing h5. So when we jump a few moves ahead, I wonder why is it so bad for white? And the move computer is suggesting is the move knight d7, which is normal and it's like in a normal King's Indian. But I would say that it's quite okay for white. What black did was the move h4, and after g4, she took on f4, and maybe she wanted to hold the black squares. But honestly, now the position of white looks very good. And I think positionally, uh, the opponent of Natalka, she didn't understand the position too well, and now it's very easy for white. And if you see the final position that we have on the board, you can understand quite easily that this is very good for white. So the reaction on the king side attack, uh, the reaction of black was not good, and this position is overwhelming for white. You can see the pawn on e5, and when I ask you about the counterplay of black, you have no answer. That's the problem in this position because black has no counterplay whatsoever. There is this bishop pair on e6 and e7. That's a plus. But how do you use these bishops? They have no diagonals. And on the other hand, white has a very easy play. She can play like knight bd2, or first maybe even queen c2 and knight bd2, not to be in any danger. And then the knight jumps to e4. And imagine the knight on e4. It's just brilliant, and black has no counterplay. And this h4 move was actually a mistake, I believe. So this is good. This is good. And Natalka, she is playing a great tournament. She lost the first round, but then it's very good. And she actually has like plus 23 points in the rating. So it's very good for her. And then we will check the game of Yulia Movsesyan. She is a big rating favorite, and we left the game here. I told you about the possibility of bishop h5 and g4 variation, and exactly that happened in the game. Exactly that happened, and but Yulia was thinking for a long time about it, so it means that she was not that prepared, and that's a pity because yeah, computer shows it's good for white, but you need to know why. And in the game, I don't think white succeeded that much. I especially do like black's move d4, which is something that uh, helps black to gain space in the center, I would say. And I know there is this bishop on e7, and it looks like to be blocked by the pawn. But on the other hand, the pawn is very strong on d4. So, I mean, it was vulnerable on d5, and it was possible to play knight takes d5 by white. So black needs to do something about it, and this d4 idea is not that bad. So then we will jump to the end of the game right now. And the pawn structure is the same, and the evaluation is also approximately the same. It's an even game. White has some pluses, the g2 bishop is strong, but also black has some pluses. The f4 square is very good for the knight, and black has basically no weaknesses, only the d4 pawn, which is maybe weakness, but maybe it's quite strong. So objectively, the position is equal, and it says also that there is a possible move repetition. Computer is suggesting knight b6, and after queen b3, knight a5, and queen b5, rook e5, and some repetition by attacking the queen. I don't think that is going to happen. I think black is going to play knight f4, I think. But the position is around equal. So yeah, that's the game of Julia Movsesian. So we checked the first two Czech players, and then I will read. I will maybe try to find Anna Maria Koubova. She is a big talent of our chess, and Anička Lhotska, also a big talent. And Anička, she is playing a good tournament, but yesterday we analyzed her game, which was quite good. But instead of taking a draw repetition after a crazy fight, Anička chose to continue the game and she lost sadly. I hope she will repair it today before the free day. And she has every chance to do so because against a rating favorite, Michaela Sandu, who, if I'm not mistaken, she was leading one of the European Championship, and that was this big affair with computer, and I don't know. It's a long time ago. I don't remember exactly, but why I'm saying this is that she's a very strong player, and apparently Anička has a winning advantage against such a strong player, which is amazing. And I do believe that White underestimated Anička's capabilities. It seems like White underestimated terribly what Black is doing, because when I look at White's position, I see only ruins. The only good thing is that the knight on g5 is somewhat attacking h7, so maybe she is expecting to deliver mate on h7, but that's just a nonsense because after queen h4 there is always h6 and the attack is over. So I don't understand what White did in the game, but it was bad. And current position is winning for Black and winning for our player. Great job, Anička. Because what do you do now with White? I mean, there is no way. Knight d4, and what are you going to do with that bishop? I mean, bishop d3, h6, and basically game over. Black is a pawn up. Black has the control of the c file over the d4 square. The knight is very active. There are no weaknesses in Black's position. So basically, it's just a massacre. Good job, Anička. I will try to find Anna Maria Koubova. But it's not her tournament, actually. It's not her tournament, so yeah, she is playing against a weaker opponent according to the rating, but it's another Czech player, Martina Folková, and her rating 1991 is not corresponding with her true understanding of chess. I think she is much stronger. And sadly for Anička, it's exactly the case in this game because White is better positionally. And it can be a big surprise. I think Anička is a bit tired after the Olympiad, where she played a perfect tournament as our player for the Czech team, and girls ended 16th, and it's a good achievement to be in the top 20. They were 25th according to the rating, I think, something like that. So it was a successful tournament for them and also for Anička. But what I wanted to say that I think she is tired after a long tournament in India, and it can be seen because this is bad. Black is under heavy pressure. The problem for White is possible time trouble, and also I don't think that White is going to push that much. I think White is going to be satisfied, somehow satisfied with the draw. And for example, after bishop c7, I'm somewhat expecting massive exchanges and a draw. But black will need to work on this. It's much better for white, but it's not lost for black. And I think black can work on that. And by careful defense, maybe she will be able to hold a draw, but nothing more. And that's disappointing for Anička. But when I looked through the games, I've seen an evaluation of game of Eliška Richterová, our famous women grandmaster, that is playing against Dina Belenkaya, the famous Twitch streamer and chess commentator. And Eliška is doing a great job. I mean, this is a strategical concert. This is a massacre. It's not going to be another Twitch stream because black's position is so bad. I mean, look at these knights in the center. This is just a massacre. And I would say that I especially like this bishop on h2. I mean, come on, guys. The bishop looks very stupid. But you see the pawn on g3? The pawn on g3 takes away the f4 square, and all black pieces that are pointing out to f4 now doing nothing. The knight on h5 doing nothing, the bishop on h6 doing nothing, and the bishop on h2 is protecting its own king. And together with these pawns on f2 and g3, it's creating a barrier for all black pieces. And yeah, black is doomed because black has no counterplay. And these squares on c5 and e5 are so weak. And for example, when black goes somewhere with the queen, well, it's actually difficult to find a place for the queen because after queen g7, we have a very simple move of knight b6, winning the pawn on d5 and basically winning the game. And how you are going to oppose that? Because, for example, after queen f5, that can also happen in the game, there is queen takes f5, and you exchange queens, and then you do the same, knight b6. And instead, black can also consider playing queen g5. But after queen g5, there is a very annoying move of rook e5. And I think that's it, right? This is just a massacre. So I don't see any chance for black here. And it may be a very important victory for Eliška Richterová. I'm happy that that she played a good game and she looks winning against her strong opponent. And she is going to have 3.5 out of 6, so more than 50%. And that's good. And maybe we will see her on the top boards among Czech players. Right. Let's go. Let's go check the first boards because we made a short tour across Czech players. But of course, we will return to the top boards. And the first board is Jelena Danielian against Monika Sočko. Yeah, I have a question in chat how Sočko is playing. I'm going there. I'm with you. And kudos to Monika Sočko because after bishop f4, she played exactly the line we analyzed, which is unbelievable. She played bishop takes f3, g5, queen takes h6, g takes f4, g takes f4, and f5. So we have this on the board. And anyway, they also made the moves king h1, king h8, which we also analyzed. And this position is winning for black. So it's a big achievement for Monika Sočko. Well, the game is not finished yet, but one can see that black is a piece up and white has no direct threats. So it's an easy math. Yeah, you do the math. It's easy, black is winning. On the other hand, the game is not finished yet, and I can imagine rook g1 happening. Uh, there are some threats like mate on g7, right? But after rook g1, I can play rook g8. And when you exchange rooks on g8, I will go queen f7 coldly. So it is a crazy position, but you see the possible continuation on the board and how to continue here. I don't see any continuation. Because after bishop h5 is another attacking move that white has. But after queen e7, uh, there is uh, there is no threat anymore, and I do believe that black is objectively winning, and it's a big chance for Monika Sochko to increase the lead in the tournament because she would have 5.5 out of 6. On the other hand, we still have 5 games because we have 11 rounds, so it's a long tournament and nothing is decided yet. Thank you, Shachsoft. How I can support the channel? I'm not used to that question. It's the channel of Czech Chess Federation, so you can support us by playing some tournament in the Czech Republic or uh, just giving us like on the channel. Thank you for your feedback. As the Czech Chess Federation, we organized this tournament together with AV Contact company. It's the, let's say, the biggest organizer here in the Czech Republic, and they created the biggest festival, Czech Open, the famous festival all around the world. I am quite honored to be the chairman of the Czech Chess Federation, to have such organizers here in the Czech Republic. So they are doing also this tournament together with us, together with people from the Czech Chess Federation. And we are honored to have guests from ECU here. We had Surab Azmai-Parashvili here in the commentary today. And yeah, everything's looking good so far. Hopefully we will have another nice week here in Prague because the tournament actually ends on Wednesday next week, so we will have 5 more rounds after today. So yeah, this position looks winning for Monika Sochko. I believe I see no chances for white, so it's a bit sad for Jelena Danielian because today's game didn't work out too well. Right from the opening, where black was able to develop the bishop to b7, it was clear that it's not going to be Jelena Danielian's day. Okay, let's have a look. We have also other boards. The second board played by Nana Zagnidze, the biggest rating favorite of the tournament, playing with black against Armenian international master. I told you that we will see massive exchanges on d4 and g2, and that's exactly what happened. And this position is around equal, I do believe. Greetings from Poland. Paid comments on YouTube. I can earn money. Yeah. We will think about that. Maybe that's a good idea. Yeah, because as a chess federation, we are supported by Czech state. It's good, but of course it can be better. It can be better in the future. And thank you, Shaksov. I think in Český Těšín they are doing a good job. I know the city. I was there in Český Těšín. It's the Czech and Poland city. It has both parts because they were playing the highest league of the Czech Republic. Only for 1 year. Yeah, that's true. They went down from the league, but it was a nice visit. I actually played a game in Český Těšín. I do believe I won the game with white. It was a nice experience. Yeah, this position is slightly better for Nana Zagnidze, but nothing that special. I think they will play few more moves and then I think I can expect a draw. But on the other hand, it's slightly unpleasant for white because of this weak king. There are weaknesses around white's king, and for example, this f3 square is weak and white has some troubles. White would be very happy to have light squared bishop, but light squared bishops are gone. And that's why these light squares are weak and they are going to be weak forever. That's the problem in white's position. So I would like to exchange queens because then the weakness of the king is no longer that important. And that's why the computer is actually suggesting queen f5 as the next move for white. You can see that chess is really a logical game. Queen f5 is a very logical move. And when queen f5 happens, I do believe we will see a draw. Okay, thank you very much for watching, guys. I'm very happy to be here with you and with chess games. But I'm sorry, I need another short break. I will be back pretty soon. I will greet my guests here and I will join again. So see you guys. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back. We have the sixth round of Women European Chess Championship here in Prague in Hotel Don Giovanni, and you see the second board of the biggest rating favorite of the tournament, Georgian Grandmaster Nana Zagnidze, is playing with black pieces against Lilith Mrtkchian from Armenia. Um, Before the break, I told you that Queen f5 is the move I'm expecting, that White needs to exchange queens due to the weaknesses around White's king. And that's exactly what happened. Actually, I like this championship because the level of these games is very similar to mine. So I can understand perfectly the emotions of these players. It's the similar level like I'm playing chess. So yeah, I like it. On the other hand, yeah, I do not expect any brilliant, deep ideas like in games of Magnus Carlsen, but that's just life. Actually, Nana Zagnidze, she's a very strong player with rating above 2,500, and she understood perfectly that if she wants to play for a win, she needs to keep queens on the board. Actually, I am a little bit surprised that the game is continuing because, of course, black could exchange queens. Black could take after queen f5. Let's put the position on the board. After queen f5, black could exchange queens and play rook d8 and offer a draw. But to my slight surprise, black is continuing the fight, and that means that black wants to win the game. Queen f5 was a silent draw offer, and it was declined, which is an interesting psychological moment. Uh, instead of exchanging queens, black reacted by queen c4, and after bishop e3, we have the position that is currently live. Maybe we can see also the players just to see how they are playing the game. It's the second board, I do believe. So we have also the transmission from the playing hall. You can see players thinking with black pieces on the right side. We have Nana Zagnidze, very experienced Georgian player, the top Georgian player, as Zurapas Parashvili told me, and her young opponent with white pieces. Yeah, it's around equal. We see the position on the board. We see also the playing hall. It's around equal, and black has many options here. The logical continuation is to go knight d6, activating the knight, and then activating the rook. But after knight d6, there is a possibility of queen g4. And you can see immediately that there are tactical blows in the air. Queen g4, there is a threat of bishop takes h6. The problem for white is that the queen on c4 is very annoying for the a4 pawn. The a4 pawn is under constant attack now from the queen, and white would be happy to play b3, but b3 move is not possible because c3 is hanging. So that's why the rook needs to remain on a1, which is a little bit unpleasant. On the other hand, the queen on f5, now when black refused to exchange queens, now the queen on f5 has free space on the king side. So logically, there are gonna be some threats on the king side to black's king. So the game can actually be interesting. Objectively, it's equal, of course, because we have equal material around equal position of pieces, so it's equal, but it can also be interesting in a very short time. Just to illustrate that, I will put there the moves knight d6 and queen g4, where immediately we see that the position is interesting. I do believe that king h7 is the correct move here to solve the problem of bishop takes h6. And also black can consider playing bishop takes d4. I understand that this move looks stupid, but the knight is strong on d4, and without the knight, there is no attack on the king side. Let's imagine white takes with the bishop. White can also take with the queen and also with the pawn, but let's imagine him taking with the bishop. Now I go f6. Although it looks suspicious for black, it also has some logic behind it, because again, the a4 pawn is under attack, and it is a pin to the white's bishop, so c5 is a serious threat, I do believe. Of course, white has many options, starting with queen d7, rook e1, b3, but it's around equal, I do believe. Knight d6 is one possibility. Also, black can continue calmly bishop b6, getting rid of the bishop on c5, which is a tactical weakness. So yeah, actually this b3 move, I told you that it's not possible. Now let's say, I don't know, if I make some stupid move like b6, for example, or no b6, like rook d8, for example. Let's make a stupid move. Then b3 is actually possible, because after queen takes c3, there is rook c1. So this is actually a threat. So black has to do something about it, because in this concrete situation, b3 would be possible, and that's something you really don't want to allow. So rook d8 is, for example, not a good move, I think. Also, after rook d8, there is a possibility of knight c6, a tactical blow. So the position is equal, but it's full of content, and we are approaching the time treble, so this is going to be fun. Let's see the third board, because it exploded very quickly. And hey, Antoaneta Stefanova played my move, knight b4. And it proved to be too difficult for white to handle, because she immediately made a big blunder by playing rook c1. Sadly for black, she also reacted by a big blunder according to the computer, by playing knight takes a2. I told you that now the only move is to make long castle. But I can understand that white didn't go for it, because it also looks dangerous, right? But rook c1 is a possibility, of course, covering c2 square, but I would immediately go e3. This is just rook c1, e3 is just a must, the only option, I think. And black has a big attack. This is just good for black, right? But for some reason that I don't understand, black, instead of e3, black took on a2, and I would say it's due to the time treble. I told you about the time treble that Antoaneta Stefanova has. She had only 4 minutes after 15 moves. That's just bad. But on the other hand, I think e3 is the move you play with any time control. Just a second is the first move you make. So yeah, it's slightly disappointing. Knight takes a2, because the knight is very bad on a2. Now after rook d1, also black rook does not have the d8 square. So also black rook on a8 is now out of play. And maybe black's idea was to take on c3 now. At least I think so. Because otherwise, why would she do that? So knight takes c3 was probably the idea. Yeah. And it looks logical, and I think black wanted to do that. But it has one big hole. Only one. And now the only winning move for white is rook d7. And that's a problem. And I think that's what black overlooked when she played knight takes a2. She realized that there is rook d7 immediately after knight takes a2. It's a typical situation. Because now it's unbelievable, but nobody is going to save that pawn on g7 from queen takes g7. It's very nice move, rook d7. Yeah, it's just over. So instead, black played queen c6, because she realized how strong is the rook d7 threat. So that's why she played queen c6. But now you can see that the knight is out of play. White is an exchange up. She can even make short castle next. And by playing bishop e2, she is going to make a short castle. And after e3 short castle, I mean, it's just a game over. And the position is completely winning for white after e3 and short castle. We see that the position's winning. So I will jump to the current situation because this is no longer good for black. Suddenly I see that there was a chance in the position. Oh my! Well, white didn't play it too well. Maybe Maria Gevorgian was nervous. Was nervous because she didn't play it well. And of course, the position is still winning, but when you compare it to the position we saw before, now it's clear that white pieces are very passive. And yeah, she wanted to win the knight on a2, but yeah, now queen f2 is the move you make because maybe she was afraid of knight e4. I can understand that, but now I go here, and you can take the piece, but nobody is going to save the knight on a2. And by playing that, I exchanged everything else, and it's just winning, right? And after rook a5, I can even take on a2, and you will resign because there is bishop c4. So yeah, it was not that difficult, especially considering that white has 33 minutes. So I think white was nervous because she has a great chance of beating a very strong player, and she didn't handle the psychological pressure because she, in 1 second, she made move rook d4, which allows black to escape with the knight. Come on, girls. Even I can see that. I can escape with the knight. Well, that's a very nice move, but a very logical one. And suddenly it's just unclear again. But in a severe time treble, Antoaneta Stefanova didn't find this move, and instead she went for queen takes b2, which doesn't save the knight because there is rook takes a2, a very simple combination. And now white is a rook up, right? And that's a lot. So I think she's going to win the game because now queen takes a2 is impossible because of bishop c4. So yeah, it was a short drama, and is I think the reason behind this, they are psychological. Because chess-wise, I do not believe that they could miss this knight before idea and all this stuff, queen f2. No, when you wake up Antoaneta in the middle of the night and you show her this position, she would immediately react with the correct decision. But with this tense fight and all this pressure, it's European Championship, and she is in a time treble, then the quality of play drops dramatically. It's normal for humans. I can understand that very well. It's just reality. I don't think she has some chances here because it's whole rook. But anyway, the game continues. That's interesting. We have this position on the board right now, and we have 8 moves till the time control. So the game's not finished yet. Still, we have 8 moves, and black has 3 pawns for the rook, right? So it's lost, of course, but it's still a game. Now, of course, white is going to play rook c8 check and then queen f2 finally after all this madness. So it's a whole rook. There is bishop c4 also an idea. So queen f2 first and then to mate black's king. But I'm surprised by the speed of play of white because she still has 30 minutes and I think she needs to think. She needs to calm down. I don't know, wash her face or something, and then calmly increase the advantage. Because what I see in the game in last few moves, It's not good for both sides. So I need, I think they need a break. Sadly for black, she is in a time trouble, so she doesn't get a break, but white can create a break, and that would be a good strategy. But no, she reacted again in 1 minute, and that's something I don't consider to be good, but the position is winning. So hopefully she will play queen f2 now, but I do believe that it would be better to think, let's say, for 5-10 minutes here and to find a clear-cut way than to play in 1 minute, and there are still some tricks like we saw in the game, that knight b4 idea. So yeah, that's another interesting psychological moment, but yeah, white's winning. So we will return to this game just to check whether it's like that, but white's winning. Here, what do we have? It's a fourth board, I believe. It's around equal now, the game between Marina Brunello and Gunay Mamatzada. Yeah, it was the Sicilian with knight f3, and the position is still equal. And pardon me, all the viewers, I will check the games of Czech players. We saw the game of Natálka Kaňáková. She was having an advantage, a very nice advantage. But what we see now, where is black's queen? The black's queen disappeared. How is that possible? Okay, I can understand. Black took the pawn. Oh, we saw something like that. Oh my, black took the pawn. That's very risky, but I think black understood that the position is hopeless from a strategical point of view. So she tried to do something crazy to change the course of the game, and it worked, as we see from the current situation on the board. So rook ab1, queen c2, a4, queen c3. So the queen is, I don't know, what is she doing? It's like a drunk man trying to find its way between traps. There is a trap. I do believe rook b7 was a good move. And it didn't happen in the game. I don't know why. Because now it's trap for the queen. And also, the problem is that I have the b file and the 7th rank. There is always knight e4, and I don't know how black is going to survive this. Come on. Knight e4 is then a must, and then I can consider, you know, even rook takes e7, I can consider. No, there is a big pressure from white, black's position, and black's position is going to fall apart. But rook b7 didn't happen. Instead, white tried to trap the queen like this by playing knight b3 and then rook fc1. So we see the position now. And white succeeded. White won a queen because after queen b4 there is knight takes d4. But she won a queen. But the position is not so good anymore because suddenly the evaluation changed. The reason for this is that white won a material, but it's not that big because black has piece and the rook. And you see the a4 pawn. It's very weak. And also you see that white has no light squared bishop anymore. And there is no attack on the king side anymore. And the b file is in black's hand. And it's the only open file for the rooks. So the rook on c1 looks stupid. The queen on e2 has no purpose. And suddenly even the bishop on h2 has no purpose. And I see no active play for white. You can jump with the knight, I don't know, to d6, and that's it. And the knight is going to be alone there, sadly sitting on d6. Yeah, it's going there. You see, I can understand their feelings, their emotions. So the knight's going to d6, but it's going to be alone there and doing nothing. So now after rook fb8, black is starting, yeah, very good move, rook fb8, black is starting to get the upper hand. And that's very annoying in a chess game. They are both in a time trouble, and Natalka knows that she had a big advantage, and I think she understands that the advantage is going to slip away. This is such an annoying feeling in a chess game. I can understand that it's not pleasant for her now. And yeah, it's very difficult now. I don't see any good move for white, and black is increasing the pressure on the queen side. Maybe I would go a5 just to lure black's rook away, but yeah, suddenly black's got the initiative, and this is not looking good. So we will check other games. Natalka, and we check the game of Julia Movsesian, which is lost. No way. Our Czech players, they do not have a good day. We left the game somewhere around here, where Julia, the rating favorite, was maybe slightly better, but I told you that the logical outcome is a draw. Both sides have their advantages. Knight ac4, knight d3 happened, and I wonder what happened. Now rook e2, of course, and now rook e1 is the logical continuation. Oh my, I can see now what happened. Oh, that's nice. You see? b3. It would be a good move, because the black knight, apparently, it does not have good squares. Of course, you can go knight e5, but then knight takes e5, queen takes e5, and rook e1, holding everything together. And maybe white would have a long-term advantage, because anyway, the look of the bishop on g2, then always b7 is under attack, and maybe in long term, white would have a nice position. But no, what happened is a brilliant tactical blow overlooked by Julia. Knight e3. That is so nice. So nice. This is brilliant. And the idea behind, after f takes e3, is knight d5. And these knights are going to be a nightmare for white. This is so nice. Difficult. I would have difficulties with finding this blow. But suddenly it's unbearable. You can't defend now. Queen g3 is such a serious issue. Queen's hanging, and also there is a rook takes g2 idea. The queen has no good square now, and yeah, that's it. In the game, queen c4 happened, but queen c4 runs into rook takes g2 and knight takes e3, and that's just lost. I will show you. In the game, queen c4, rook takes g2, king takes g2, and knight takes e3, pinning the queen and the game. The game ended pretty quickly. But if we return to the position after knight d5, of course, bishop takes d5 is not possible, because there is mate on h2 with the queen. So only queen a4 is remaining, I believe. But after queen a4, queen g3, nobody is going to save this king. Now queen g3, and rook f2 is the only possibility. But then I take, you take with the knight, and I take on e3. And there is no way for white's queen to go back to the defense of the king side. So that's a pity and a sad loss for our best player nowadays, Julia Movsesian. It's a tough loss. Tomorrow is a free day. Hopefully, Julia will enjoy the free day, and she will have new energy for the last 5 rounds, and she can prepare the results so far, because the tournament is long and 5 rounds is a lot, so hopefully she will manage. But it's a very nice combination for black. I mean, it's this knight e3, knight d5 idea. It's one of the best combinations I've seen so far during the tournament. It's really special. So yeah, that was tough. So I want to see the game of Eliška Richterová because she was winning. Apparently, this position we had before the break on the board. This was our analysis, and let's have a look what is happening right now in the game. There were many moves, and we have this position after g5 on the board, and it's completely winning for white. I mean, there are so many weaknesses in black's camp, and the bishop on h4 is basically trapped. And white is a pawn up. On top of all that, and knight g4 is a possibility. No, this is just terrible. So I hope Eliška will win, and then we will have this Anna Maria Koubova, which is currently lost against Martina Volkova. That's a big surprise. And I told you that I'm expecting a draw, but now it looks that Martina has big chances to score a victory. That would be a disappointing loss for Anna Maria. But again, we have still 5 rounds. Hopefully, she will recover after a free day, and she will show everybody that she can play chess. But now this position is very bad because let's imagine, okay, black is only a pawn down, but let's imagine this variation king h8 and rook ce2, and even queen takes f5 is now a threat, right? With the mating idea on the back rank. So yeah, this is just terrible for black. And you can consider taking on b4, but then I do believe that rook e8 is just a game over, because who is gonna protect the back rank issue? For example, after rook c8, which is, I mean, basically the only option, I can continue calmly by taking on f8 and then rook e7. And this is just so bad. You can see how powerful is the queen on d5. Such a powerful force. But now rook takes b7, calmly winning the game by promoting the c pawn. Yeah, it's just so powerful, the queen on d5. So I could just exchange the rooks and doing nothing. Maybe there was a faster way for victory, but this is just enough. And yeah, this is a surprise. The game is not finished yet, so we will see. But it looks like Martina is going to win. Okay, I will have a look at the top boards again, because it was a long time when we saw this position for the last time, the game between Jelena Danielyan and Monika Sochko. We left the game somewhere around here, where white has problems because she is a piece down. She played some move like rook d3, some sort of an attack. She wants to go, I believe, bishop h5 and rook h3, trying to attack the h7 rook. Also, it allows white to play rook g1 with the other rook, or rook a d1, attacking the d7 knight. But okay, it's a piece, right? It's lost, so we will jump. What's the current position? They were in a severe time trouble, and they played many moves. And the current position, from the material point of view, is the same. But the rooks got exchanged, and so it's better for black than a few moves ago. And also the queen side looks over for white. I mean, there is going to be a free pawn on the queen side going for the queen. This is just hopeless. So Monika Sochko will win this very important game, and she is going to have a 5.5 out of 6, which is a great result. And yeah, after the free day, she will do her best to stay in the lead, and we will see if she survives five more rounds in the lead. And yeah, so far it's a great tournament for her because I mean she's going to win this, that's for sure. The second board is still in progress, and Nana Zagnidze actually took the knight on d4, as I told you. That's interesting. She exchanged the bishop for the knight. It has many advantages, but also disadvantages, and objective evaluation stays the same. It's around equal. Bishop on d4 looks very strong, but on the other hand, it also has some disadvantages, and the queens are still on board. So, yeah, interesting fight. I do believe that it's gonna be a draw because it's around equal. But yeah, what we talked about, it actually happened. And the third board was winning for white, for Maria Gevorgian. She was rook up. And we see that black attacked with the king, but it didn't work out. Okay, there is a mating net for both kings. So, okay, we will stay here. But they reached the time control. So that's good for white, because I do believe that they reached the time control in a winning position for white. Because she's a rook up still. On the other hand, it's not that clear anymore. The good thing for white is that after king h3, there is queen h8, a very important move. This queen h8 decides the game, because there is no way for black now to continue after queen h6, which is the only way. I exchange queens and I take another rook on e4, and that's a lot. So that's not possible. But what else? g5 is also made after queen h8. You can go knight f6, but then I exchange on e4 and I go rook c4. So you will see that shortly on your screen. Rook c4 winning the game. Yeah, this is going to be a win for white. So yeah, we see a lot of fight, but suddenly the games are finishing, and I don't see any game to be that long on the top boards. I do believe that after a short break, which is going to be now, I may see the final results on the top boards, but from the game, I think Nana Zaginze will try to do something. Will try to win the game, but the position is equal. So we will see after the break. Thank you for being here with me. Don't be afraid to ask questions in chat. I will be happy to answer them. Or if you want to look at some specific game, don't be afraid to ask. Thank you for watching, and see you soon. Okay, dear chess friends, welcome back to the live commentary of the sixth round of European Women's Chess Championship 2022. You see on your screen the game between Maria Gevorgian and Antoaneta Stefanova, and it's a big surprise because White won against a big rating favorite. And what I especially like is that they played the line I have shown you just before the break. Exactly that line happened in the game, and White won by winning the queen on e4. So that game ended, and when I look through the games, I see this is the third board. Maria won the game, and she has 5 points already. It's a lot, and I see that maybe only Monika Sochko only Monika Sochko will have 5.5, and then we have some players that can get to 5 points, but so far Maria Gevorgian is the only player to get there, and we will check other games, that's for sure. On the first board, the game is still on, but this is just lost for White. Maybe she resigned, maybe the game is already over, and it's just a transmission because not only White is a piece down, but also Black has decisive attack on White's king, and that means that it's just completely hopeless. So that's the first board, and we move to the second board because there is a huge fight, and the game is on. It's the game between Nana Zagnidze and Lulit Mudkhian. We left the game somewhere around here. I told you that it's not clear, and in time travel anything can happen. Somewhere around here we left the game, and I told you about that possibility of bishop takes d4, and that the bishop on d4 looks very good, but actually it's not clear because there is c5 idea, and also the knight can be pretty dangerous. So especially in a time travel, it was easier to play for Black, and she even got the upper hand. Let's jump somewhere around here. You can already see that Black pieces are very active, and Black got the upper hand. And she was even able to win the queen by the tactical maneuver knight f4. You will see shortly on your screen. And this is winning the queen because the knight created a mating net. There is queen g2 mate, and also the queen on d2 is hanging. So it looked very bad for White in the time travel. Luckily for her, she was able to find bishop takes f4 and bishop takes d2 idea. So they got into this in-game after bishop takes f4 and bishop takes d2 and b takes c5. The bishop returned back to e3, and they got into this in-game. It should be good for Black because she has a queen, right? On the other hand, the a pawn is dangerous, and when these two pawns exchange, like a4 for c5, I think the position is going to be a draw because White will create some fortress on the king side, and that's a hope for White. On the other hand, Black can try, and I do believe that c4 is the best move here. And I'm slightly surprised that Nana Zagnidze didn't play c4. Don't know exactly why. Maybe she was afraid of a5, or maybe she wanted to activate the queen first to play queen e4, trying to pin the rook on e1. And yeah, maybe she wanted to win the pawn on a4, although it seems impossible, but the queen is powerful. And in the game, the queen traveled to b4 and c3. And we have this position on the board right after the time control. And it's a question whether White can save the pawn on a5, because also there is there is a check on white's king on e1, so dangerous, and c pawn of black is also dangerous. So I'm expecting rook c1. And actually, after rook c1, queen takes and rook takes, I think we have a draw on the board, because the queen takes a5, rook takes c5. As I told you, when these two pawns exchange, I don't see any winning chances for black. Only if somehow black would be able to march with the h pawn, let's say play h5, h4, and then h3. But sadly for black, it's also white to move. Always when you make a move, then your opponent has to make a move, and the opponent will take on g5 and make an easy draw. So yeah, Nana Zagnidze she had some chances in this game, but it was not enough. She was in a time trouble, and she wasn't able to find enough winning chances. But it was a very interesting fight, and I especially like this decision to exchange the bishop from c5 for the knight on d4. It was a surprising decision, but a good one. She was able to outplay her young opponent, but it was just not enough. The game is still on, but I do believe after rook c1, rook takes c5, we will see a draw quite shortly. So let's have a look what's happening on other boards where we didn't see the games. Let's say the board 4, Marina Brunello against Gunay Mamadzada, because these girls, they have 4 points out of 5. So if some of them wins, then she will get to 5 points out of 6, and that's a lot. As I told you, only Monika Sochko has 5.5, and Maria Gevorgian won, so she has 5 points, but nobody else. So what do we have on the board? What do you think? Who is better and why? That's the first question a chess player always asks. When we see the position, we need to understand who is better and why. And the answer to that question in this position is that black is better. The reason for this is the weakness of white's king side, especially the pawn on g4, and also the pawn on e3. You can see that black has big advantage on the king side. And on the other hand, on the queen side, white is better, that's true. But where these pawns are going? They are stopped by black rooks. And the only move for white now is to take the h5 pawn. And I think black is going to recapture with the knight. And you see that after h takes g5, knight takes h5, there is a strong threat of bishop h4 attacking white's king, and then knight g3, increasing the pressure. And then black can go f5, f4, and that would be completely deadly for white. And this is something that can easily happen in a game, and I don't see white surviving this. Okay, it really happened in the game. Okay. It happened, and now we see knight c3 is already on the board, and the game continues. Computer shows advantage for black. The problem in black's position is that he has these rooks on c7, c8, that they are doing nothing, basically, only stopping white from playing b5, which is actually something, but one would like to have the rook on h8 and then on h3, attacking white's position, but that's a long shot. So I think really bishop h4, knight g3, and f5 is the idea now, and black has a strong initiative. So I do believe Gunay Mamadzada is on a right way. Maybe she will win, but it's too soon to say. Yeah, so we are waiting for bishop h4, knight g3 construction. I will show you. And then the rook has to move from f1. And there is not only f5, but there is also a possibility of knight f5 attacking the pawn on e3. So these weaknesses of white on the king side are vulnerable, and that's a big issue for white. But luckily for white, Gunay Mamadzara, instead of playing bishop h4, she returned with the knight to f6. No way, this is... Okay, I will show you. This is not good. Because now the knight is not going to jump anywhere soon. g4 is protected. Maybe she wants to play rook h8 and then rook takes h3. Okay, yeah, that I understand. But it's white to move now. And yeah. Anyway, after rook h8, I can continue rook h1 always. But yeah, there is knight g4. Okay, I'm starting to understand that. But anyway, the knight is so passive on f6 that I wouldn't play this move. I like bishop h4 and knight g3 more. A lot more. But the thing is that white needs to decide, and I wanted to say that knight d5 is going to happen. It's a logical continuation, because now you take away the knight, so there is no knight g4 idea. Computer says it was better to play rook d6, but this is just a human move, knight d5. So now they will exchange on d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5, and we are gonna see a rook h8. I will show you. This was the plan of black, so I'm expecting that to happen. And yeah, it's a very tough position. There is still this f5 idea for black, because white exchanged the knight from f6. Yeah, that's a disadvantage. So now there is f5 on the table. And I know computer is saying 0, 0, 0, but it's always saying 0, 0, 0. Like, it's not clear at all to human mind. And it can be very interesting. On the other hand, it should be around equal, because it's an end game with opposite colored bishop. Black can play f5, that's true. But on the other hand, e5 is hanging. But white has a nice construction on the queen side, and black rook on c7 is doing nothing apart from protecting the 7th rank. So black has only the rook on h8, attacking white's position, and after rook h1, the pawn's protected, and it should be around equal, I believe. So, okay, and then we move to the board. We didn't see so far yet. There is a game between Anna Ushenina and Julia Fatalieva, both very strong chess players, above 2,400 rating. And we see that white's winning. Black was not able to accept the sacrifice on f7. I do believe that Anna Ushenina used the c-file for entering black's position. And now if black takes on f7, then there is queen takes f7 and a nice construction of mate. After queen takes f7, there is knight g6 mate that cannot be protected. Only rook g8, and then the end game is hopeless. I will show you that variation. I can even play. Yeah, but both moves are correct. I don't know. Yeah, knight g6. I will play knight g6, and then after queen takes g6, the end game looks hopeless, because white will win a pawn on h6, and h4 is coming, and this is not going to be nice for black. Anyway, black didn't take the rook, but rook d7, which was played in the game, looks like an admitting of a defeat. So let's go back, because white can now just take on d7, bishop takes d7, and let's say queen a8, entering black's position from the 8th rank. And the pressure is enormous. You can see that material of the position is equal amount of pawns. but the piece activity is a big difference, and white has an enormous pressure. And it can be a very important win for Anna Ushenina because we saw the game yesterday where she made a draw against Nana Zagnidze in a slightly better position with black. But now it seems that she will bounce back, and before the free day, she will stay in the top. That she will have 5 points out of 6. Yeah, and that's the only game remaining from the top boards where girls has they have 4 points out of 5. Now is the time to look at our girls. Natálka Kaňáková, she won. She won. Oh my, how is that possible? How he got? How she was able to get with the queen to Black's king? How he got mated the Black's king? Oh, he's alone there on G7. How is that possible? We left the boards somewhere around here when I told you that the knight jumped to D6, but the knight is very, very alone there. And I didn't believe in white's chances at all. But the thing is that, yeah, on the other hand, also black has a tough situation. It's not clear how black can continue the attack. Of course, he wanted to, or she wanted to put the bishop on e3, but then knight f5 happened, and the e3 bishop is under attack. And now it's not clear how to deliver mate. It looks very good for black. But when you don't deliver a mate, then maybe white knight can take the bishop, and then white would have a big material advantage. So it's not clear. And in the game, black took the bishop, the knight on f5 with the bishop, and that's just bad because now suddenly these 2 pawns on f5 and e5 are a big strategical advantage for white. And also the rook's hanging, the knight's hanging. I think black was hoping that after rook g1 check, in this situation, white would take on g1, right? Which is actually quite possible. Of course, it's a rook. And there is a fork. So knight f4 and knight takes e2 will happen, of course. But that's not just the end of the world, because after knight f4 and knight takes e2, bishop takes e3 can happen. And it's just a total mess. But it's a mess where white's king is now suddenly active. And there is no danger for white's king anymore because many pieces exchanged. And that's the reason why this position is maybe slightly better for white. But what happened in the game was some hallucination of black, because in this position, after g takes f5, suddenly many black pieces are hanging and black is losing a big amount of material. So that's how Natálka Kaňáková won the game, because black started an attack, but it didn't work out. It was better to play it calmly, and instead of, I don't know, putting the black bishop to e3 or to g5 and e3, it was better first activate the rooks on the queen side, and it would be a different story. But this is already winning for white, and Natálka won the game. Congratulations! She has a great tournament, and she has 4 points out of 6, and she is gaining like 37 points of rating. That's a lot. So maybe we will see Natálka above 2200 again. That's great. I hope that this result will give her a big boost of confidence and she will return to competitive chess, because I know that she didn't play a lot of chess games recently. So yeah, this is a big comeback. I'm happy for her. But anyway, we still have 5 rounds. Anything can happen, right? Sadly, Also 3 points for Julia Movsesian, but she lost. We saw that game. Eliška Richterová lost her advantage against Dina Belenkaya. And I also checked the game of Anička Lhotská. We left the game here. Also, Anička has a great tournament, 3 points out of 6, gaining 30 points of rating. And today she won against very strong Romanian player, women grandmaster Michaela Sandu. It's a great achievement winning with black against her. We saw this position, and I told you that white is in a terrible situation because the only threat is to go queen h4, but then h6 and everything's solved. So yeah, it was a terrible situation, and actually black won the game. It was not without trouble. I will just jump to one moment in the game. Black started an attack on the king side, but it's not that clear. I mean, black is a pawn up, but the king side is opened and the long diagonal is not that safe for black anymore. So yeah, white tried a combination. I will show you in the game, but it was a hallucination. Here, the correct solution was king h2. And white is not afraid of anything. So of course, knight can jump else anywhere. But still, the bishop is under attack, so this is not an easy position. Instead, white started a nice combination. I mean, she took on g3, and after bishop b2, bishop e5, she was hoping that this knight takes e5 is going to be a nice combination. And it was actually a really nice idea. Because you see, it looks like a mate. So I think Michaela Sandu, it was in a time trouble. It was a 30-second move. So in a mutual time trouble, white tried this nice combination. Do you see the refutation? Because maybe both of them saw that d takes e5, bishop takes e5, allows black to play rook f6. But maybe white thought that anyway it's good for white because white will play rook f1, right? And where is the refutation? It's the move bishop f5 in the end of the variation. And that saves the day for black. And actually with the queen, it's already winning. So after d takes e5, bishop takes, rook f6, rook f1, we have bishop f5 on the board. And now, of course, white can try g4, but it's already hopeless because black's material advantage is huge. So g4 happened on the board. And there is the move king g7, which is maybe even better than in the game. But black reacted with queen d8. It was also enough for winning the game. So, yeah, nice victory for Anička Lhotská. I'm happy for her. And also tomorrow, it's a free day, but then we can comment on her next games. Actually, we will have a women conference tomorrow and the day after. So it's a nice opportunity for discussing women chess with very important guests. For example, we will have Dana Reznice Ozola, the vice president here in Prague. I'm looking forward to that. The conference is also organized by Eva Repkova, the chairman of FIDE Women's Commission, and Regina Pokorná, very famous Austrian player, originally from the Czech Republic. I'm very excited about that. I'm looking forward to it. And on Saturday, there will be a 7th round. And the commentary is supposed to be done by Sergei Movsesian, the famous grandmaster, originally from Armenia, former top 10 player with rating 2700. So yeah, it will be a great show, so you can look forward to it. the 7th round will be done by Sergey. And then you will have to be satisfied by me on Sunday. Okay, I will do a short recapitulation of today's results, and maybe we will have a look at some interesting in-game that's still going on. So Anička Locká won. We still have the game of Nana Zagnidze, and they are going to repeat moves. I'm a little bit surprised that White didn't play this Rook C1 idea, because I think that's a normal draw. Instead, she is jumping around with the Rook. I don't know whether she is playing for a win, but I don't think so. And Black is chasing the Rook by the Queen. So, I mean, yeah, it's just a move repetition now. I do believe that Queen B3, Rook A1, Queen C3, and the Queen is chasing the Rook. But what else? I mean, there is A6 threat, so Black is not playing for a win somehow, and White is not playing for a win. So, yeah, it's gonna be a draw. So, that's not that interesting. And Gunay Mamadzada is still playing this end game. I am a little bit surprised that f5 didn't happen. I mean, f5 didn't happen yet. But for Gunay Mamadzada, maybe it was important to cover e5 square. So instead of going f5 immediately, she went for Rook e7, protecting the e5 pawn. And when White played Rook d6, now the Rook goes back to protect c6. But as you can see, the position is around equal, and maybe we will see a move repetition also here after Rook d5, Rook d7, Rook d6, Rook c7. It seems like equal. Okay, the biggest chance for Gunay Mamadzada was the moment where she was allowed to go bishop h4 and knight g3, which was very nice, but this opportunity was not used, so it's around equal now. And the next board is the game between Anna Ushenina and Ulvia Fatalieva. And honestly, I'm confused. Why on earth did White play Queen A8 instead of exchanging the rooks? What is her idea after Rook D8? Okay, interesting. I don't know. Okay, I see that now. Yeah, it's deep. It's so nice. Maybe the most practical way to victory. Yeah, Queen B7. Now Black plays Rook D7 back, hoping for a threefold repetition. But the Queen now goes to C8. And by this ladder maneuver, the Queen is approaching the center. And I do believe, of course, White can play Rook takes D7 anyway. But I do believe that we will see Queen C7 on the board. Or even Queen takes E6. So after Rook D8, now White can choose between Queen takes E6 and Queen C7, that both moves are just winning, I believe. Because Queen C7 is a winning endgame after the Queen's exchange, the E6 pawn is hanging, and also there is a small little tactical trick. Queen takes E6 is possible. And yeah, good job by Anna Ushenina. She is winning against a very strong young Azerbaijani women grandmaster. And yeah, I don't think it will be a long fight. I think it's gonna end soon because the in-game is completely winning. And if I do a short recapitulation among Czech players, we already talked about Julia Movsesian and Natalia Kanyakova, and we still have the game of Eliška Richterová. Okay, it was winning, but as I can see, it didn't work out quite yet. And this in-game is tough. It's a Rook in-game, and they are always tough. But somehow I do believe it's good for White. Well, rook takes c3, rook takes e6. That's good for sure. So I think the best option is to go king d7, protecting the e6 pawn. Yeah, it happened. Oh my. Good job. It really happened. And now rook b6 is the logical continuation. But then the black's king is active. I know white is a pawn up, but black's king is active. On the other hand, there are pawns on the queen side, very far advanced. Black is under pressure, but it's a rook in game, and all rook in games are a draw. So probably this is also a draw. But white has some chances. So I'm expecting rook b6, rook takes c3, rook takes b5, and then maybe king d6, activating the king. And it will be a madness. This will be a long game, I think. But this should be a draw, right? Somewhere in the time treble, Eliška lost her advantage. Okay. And how Anička Koubová is doing with her Czech duel against Martina Folková. We left the game around here, and I told you that it's just completely lost for black. And the game's still on, it's still continuing, and the current situation is this after king g3. And as I can see, white is 2 pawns up. So the computer, of course, shows like +5 winning advantage, but don't be too fooled by that, because the game is still on and we still have queens on the board. Black king is a bit safer than white's king, so I don't see this position as an easy one. Of course, objectively it's winning because it's 2 pawns and nothing. But it's not that easy. I can imagine still this to end in a draw. It's not that easy, but the position is winning for Martina Folková. It would be a big victory for her. So we will check that game later. Now we will return to the top boards. How is that going? And Nana Zagnidze already made a draw. So yeah, it was a move repetition. As I told you, it already ended like that. Gunay Mamadzara still in equal position, and Anna Ushenina still winning position. I'm curious whether she chose the queen c7 or queen takes e6 line, but we don't know because her opponent is still thinking after queen b7, and that's a little bit surprising because apart from rook d7 there is just no other move. So a bit surprised that black is still thinking, but okay, of course she's allowed to think, right? But the position is winning for white, I do believe, because yeah, rook d7, queen c8, and that's it. Okay, I will try to look elsewhere whether we see some interesting positions before the end of the broadcast. I want to wait for the result of this game of Anna Ushenina because I'm very curious whether she will be able to win and to use the advantage. The realization of the advantage seems to be very good. And what do we have here? Oh my. Ukrainian player Anastasia Rakhmangulova is playing against Diamante Dolit Kornet. Also very good players, both of them. And after the time control, we reach this funny position. But who is going to stop this a6 pawn, right? Nobody. So white is going to win. Yeah, probably. This is not a study-like position because no study is needed when you have such pawn. Also, I would like to say that f7 is hanging pretty much, so bishop takes f7 is the threat. So I'm expecting knight e5, and I can understand that this position is winning for white. But how do you promote this pawn on a6? Right? the rook on a1 is very well placed, and I know computer shows like +6, but what is going to happen after knight e5 is not that clear. I go knight e5, and yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have this feeling that it's supposed to be winning, right? Completely. But the game's still on. I mean, I will go bishop b5. That's true. Oh, that's nice. Oh, the winning plan is to go bishop a4 now. Well, at least some beauty. Yeah, that's it. That's it, and that's the wrap up. And there is still, yeah, the game between Eliška Richterová and Dina Belenkaja. They played this variation, and they ended up in the position we talked about, but it proved to be very difficult for black, because here, instead of playing king d6 activating the king and making a draw, at least according to the computer, black played a rook a3, which is, of course, a very logical move. I don't blame black for playing it. It would be also one of my top choices. But on the other hand, it allows white to break in the center by the move d5. That was the move that king d6 blocked. And I do believe that this move is strong, because I was able to break black's pawn structure by playing d5. And yeah, I do not see any hope for black now, because my pawns on queen side, they will remain on b4 and a5, and they are very strong. The only thing needed was to break black's pawn structure, and I achieved that by playing d5. And let's imagine black will continue by taking on d5 and king e6, then I go back with the rook to b5. So let's see that. Yeah, and where is the hope for black? The very important thing that now I don't have the pawn on d4. And that's good, because I can go with my king then. Let's imagine black will try to chase me by rook a1, rook a2, rook a3. And normally with the pawn on d4, that would be very annoying. Because when I chase the rook and I go with the king to the queen side, then black goes e3. But in this position, there are two problems. I'm going to be on d4, and the other problem is that rook e5 check is now an option. So both of these effects combined means that this position is hopeless for black. I do not see any defense now. I will calmly improve my position, get the king to d4, and win the game. So hopefully Eliška will find this d5 move. I think it's very nice, and it should be winning somehow. I don't know. It's not that clear, but it should be winning. Hopefully she will win. So let's return to Anna Ushenina's game. Rook d7 actually happens. So now we will stay here and we will wait whether Anna will find this queen c8 maneuver, which is very nice, and I do believe it's the correct continuation for white, and it should be winning. Also, of course, rook takes d7 is possible, but in that case, I don't know why. Why would I bother with this queen a8, queen b7 maneuver? Because I could have played rook takes d7 immediately, right? So I don't think it's gonna happen, but queen c8 is a logical continuation. Yeah, they were thinking for a long time. Anna Ushenina spent like 13 minutes on the move queen a8. She really didn't want her advantage to slip out of her hands. she wants to win the game precisely. That's good. She's a very experienced player and a very good player. And she knows that it's important in a winning position to be precise, to act calmly and decisively. It's exactly this case. And Queen c8 is the correct solution and the best way practically to win the game. I'm waiting for the move Queen c8. I see that Anna is in a time trouble already, so I don't think it will take a lot of time when we see the move Queen c8. But then there is the question whether after Rook d8 you want to take the pawn on e6 and go into that kind of an endgame, or you play Queen c7 and exchange queens. Because after Queen c8, Rook d8, Queen takes e6, there is always Bishop takes f7. Because when this pawn disappears, the pawn on e6, then the Queen gets connected to the point of g6, so there is no longer Rook g6 threat. I can cover it by Rook g8. So this is not that clear. I mean, that's why Anna Ushedina is thinking, because it's clear for a computer it shows like +4 evaluation, but for a human it's not that clear, and that's why Anna Ushedina is thinking, because it's not that clear. Okay, I will check other games. This is the board number 5. Do we have the camera? Yeah, maybe we do. We do. So we can see the camera with board 5. Yeah, the game is still on. The game is still on, and I can see something that the queen is very close to the black's king somehow, but I'm not able to decipher the position from the camera. You can see the playing hall is already quite empty. The 6th round is finishing as our broadcast is also finishing, but I want to wait for this game because it's very important for the standings after the 6th round. It's the 5th board, one of the top ones, and the position is quite interesting. I like this one, and I like the solution of Anna Ushedina. You could see that she was playing it calmly from the body language. It could be seen that she is confident, that she knows the position is winning, and it seemed like she's waiting for her opponent to resign. It may be actually the case because, yeah, this position is winning. And, yeah, we will return to this game. I will try to have a look elsewhere. Eliška Richterová is winning again. Yeah, that's something. And Martina Folková is still playing against Anna Maria Koubová. It's this position we talked about. And I told you, it's not that clear as the evaluation would suggest. It's winning for white. But the king is not that safe on g3. And I mean, yeah, the problem is that the g1 square is covered, so black doesn't have the queen g1 threat. On the other hand, the queen from e3 has to cover g1. And that's a job, so the queen can't go anywhere. But I think white would like to exchange queens, so we have this queen e1 move, queen e1 possibility. Also, white may be able to play rook e8 and create a mating threat of queen e4. But yeah, I think it will be a long fight because the position is winning for white, but it's not that easy. So I wonder what will happen now. A rook f5 with a clear idea of threatening the h5 pawn. Now, of course, rook e5 is the possibility, a logical one, offering the rooks exchange. But then, of course, black would refuse to exchange rooks, and he would go rook f8. trying to hold the position. And this is not going to be easy, because let's imagine a rook e5 possibility and rook f8. Now, of course, you can play queen e4 check and rook e8. There is also rook e8, but after rook e8, for example, rook takes, queen takes, there is queen g1, and it's a draw. So this queen g1 possibility, it's pretty annoying for white, and it's important to watch out, to be focused. And we have a move. Oh, rook takes e5. Oh no. Anička took the rook, and I don't like that. Yeah, I'm not saying this is holdable. The position is lost also after rook f8, but after rook e5, that was the move we had on the board. Anička took the rook, and that's, I think, the same as resigning, because without rooks there is no threat to white's king, and the pawn on e6, e5 marches forward. Now I can go e6, queen takes h5, and e7. You are just in time to play queen e8, but the queen is so badly placed on e8. I will show you the whole variation. I think it will happen on the board during the game, so we will see that on the board. And then the winning plan is very easy, because I go a4, b5, and I create another pass pawn on the queen side. And that's how I lure away the queen from e8, and then I make another queen. So yeah, this one is completely winning. And the plan of a4 is such a simple one that everybody will find it. And yeah, I think that's how the game will end. And it will be a big victory for Martina Folková, and a sad loss for Anička Koubová. I think she is tired after the Olympiad, but hopefully she will regain some energy during the free day, and she will come back during the last 5 rounds. Actually, e6 didn't happen. Okay. Queen e4 is on the board. Honestly, I don't get it. Well, see the evaluation bar, so I know it's winning, but I mean, you need to be careful. There is always this queen g1 idea, so I don't like this queen e4, because e6 was such an easy variation, and especially the important thing is that it was forced. Now, after queen e4, what is going to happen? King h8, and what? Maybe Martina wants to activate the king, right? King g4, and then king f5. Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe that's the idea. Could be. King h8 on the board. We have this variation. And I'm curious to see what white's idea is. Maybe this king g4, yeah? Activating the king. Marching forward with the king to e6, and then white will win the game. Yeah, maybe that's also a good idea. But e6 was much simpler, I think. Okay, we will return to this game now. I wonder whether Anna Ushenina won the game after a long think, and I'm a little bit afraid that she's already in the time trouble, that it's not going to be easy. But she found this idea of queen c8, rook d8, and queen takes e6. This is on the board. And of course, white rook is hanging. But when black takes on e6, I take with my okay, I have, let's go back. If queen takes e6, I take with my knight, and then the rook on d8 is hanging. So after bishop takes f7, knight takes d8, and the endgame is completely winning for white. And that's why black finally took the rook. because, as I told you, the queen is now connected to the g6 square, so black can continue by playing bishop takes f7, queen takes f7, and rook g8. But, well, it's good that the game is not finished immediately, but when you see the position, it's completely hopeless for black, and I especially like the next move of Anna Ushenina. She very calmly played h4, and the pawn marches forward, and it's the final touch, I believe, in this position, because h5 is a very strong threat, followed by knight g6, and game over. I think black will try to find some counterplay, for example, by playing d4, but it doesn't help at all because e takes d4 will be on the board, and then I believe it's over. Black can also try rook g7 now. Maybe it will happen on the board, but after queen takes f5, it's just a massacre. And yeah. This is just completely winning. This is just completely winning for white. So we will see a victory for Anna Ushenina. The thing is that white is in a time trouble. So that's the only issue for white. But this position is not that hard. Look at black's rook on g7. It's hopeless. Black has no counterplay, and the remaining moves h5, knight g6 seems to be easy. Yeah, it was a very nice exchange sacrifice by Anna Ushenina, and it seems like it will give her important victory. She will have 5 points out of 6, which is a lot, and she will be one of the top leaders after the 6th round. Now I do believe that d4 is the only possibility of doing something, but it's not changed much. This combo with the queen and the knight is very deadly for black's king, and it's not going to survive long. Okay, I will go back to Eliška Richterová because it's a long time we checked her position. She was waiting, and she found the move d5. Good job. In this position, it's a very interesting rook in the game. Eliška found the best move d5, opening up the d4 square for her king, anticipating black rook a1, rook a2, chasing white's king, and also destroying black's pawn structure, creating a weakness on f5. And d5 is actually the only move that's enough for victory. Let's imagine rook b6. There is always rook f3, taking on f4, and I know it's also good for white, but objectively black can hold there. But after d5, there is no chance. And black reacted by playing a rook a4, which is a nice try. But the rook is, I don't know, it got stuck on a4, so I can march with my king, playing king f2. And then to the d4 square I told you about. On the other hand, it's true that, for example, after king e3 and king d4, there was a rook d3 trick. So maybe it's better to take on e6 first, and that's exactly what happened in the game, and it's on the board, and only then to play king f2. And yeah, this position is winning. I think Eliška will win the game, and it's a very nice victory. As I can see, she will have 3.5 out of 6, so she will be above 50%, and that's a nice result so far. Okay, we are finishing the live commentary, but as I can see, Gunay Mamadzare is winning after all against Marina Bruno. So it was not a move repetition, but she was able to win the in game. She was better. I have shown you the possibility during the game that she could have an advantage. So finally, she was able to win the game. Okay, it's a nice victory. So we will have many girls on 5 out of 6. That's great. So after the free day, we will have nice duels for the top of the standings. Now this is completely winning. Now I can take f takes e3. It's a funny pawn structure, but only funny for white. Funny for black. It's not funny for white because the e3 pawn is going to promote. I don't know how white can stop that. Because, for example, f takes e3. If you go bishop a6, I go rook f2. And now you have not an easy choice. After king g1, after king e1, it's maybe easier because king e1 is bishop a5. And after king g1, I will make this calm little move, bishop b6. That concludes the game because e2 is an unstoppable threat. I'm going to play e2, e1. So yeah, it's a nice victory, and we will see the game of Anna Ushenina if something happened there. No, it didn't. We are still here in this position, but I think, yeah, Anna will win this. It's completely winning. I don't see any chance for black here. Yeah. No, it will take some time, but it's almost impossible to spoil, right? There is no chance. And finally, I will check the game between Martina and Anna Maria. Still on, and still in this position. I'm wondering what Martina will play. We will try to wait for her solution. It's also possible to go king f2 and to play with the king to e3 and d4 to the other side. The only thing needed is not to allow perpetual check. But this move queen g4 I don't like at all. No. I think Martina is already tired, maybe a little bit nervous, and the in-game technique is not good because in queen's in-game the queen is supposed to be in the center. That's why it was good. It was on e3, it was good, e4 also, but g4 is not the way I would choose for the queen. But anyway, the position is winning because there is no perpetual check. But let's imagine black playing queen g1 and queen c1 then. Queen g1, king f4, queen c1, and I can take the pawn on a3. It's still lost. I mean, there is no hope. Almost no hope. But it's completely unnecessary. White was not forced to sacrifice the pawn on a3. So yeah, but anyway, the e5 pawn is so strong that it should be okay. We have queen e1 on the board, and then after queen f4, we can say that maybe we will see queen c1, but then king is going to f5, and it's going to support that pawn on e5, and I hope it's gonna be okay for white, I think. Yeah, black has only 2 minutes, so the games are already finishing. They are in a second time treble, already after the time control, but I don't see any chance here. Okay, I can take the pawn because white gave me the pawn, so give me the pawn. It's queen c1 on the board already. But after king f5, I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, but white will need to check that, I think. Whether there is no perpetual check and there is no... Let's say queen c8 after king f5. Then I go e6 and queen f8. But then I move my king away. And there is no perpetual check. But okay, I think this will happen, right? Queen f8, and then the king has to move, and then I have queen b8 or queen a8. Checking again. Yeah, king f5 on the board. Let's wait here for a bit. King f5 on the board. Now I expect queen c8. It's the only chance. Okay, I can take queen takes a3, as I told you. It's also possible. But then queen e4, hopefully. The queen will return to the right place in the center, and then e6, e7. But queens in games are tricky. It's important to know the basic rules, and the first basic rule is that you need the queen in the center. So when you follow this rule, everything's going to be good. But yeah, usually players are trying to I don't know, calculate some long variations, and it doesn't work in queens in games because there are so many variations. So it's actually better to use the common thinking and to put queen in the center, then activate all the pieces and use the free pawn. Just basic three rules. Instead, when you try to overthink everything, then you arrive to the queen g4 move. That is not good. So it's better to use common thinking. But of course, you need to be aware of the possibility of perpetual checks. So let's, for example, consider this queen c8 move. But then, yeah, it would be e6. And queen takes a3 on the board. Yeah, so black took the pawn. Why not? And now, for example, you see that you really need to have the queen in the center. Because when you play, for example, you play this e6, very stupid move, then you see that already after e6, black has good chances by activating the queen. And it's even better to go queen c3 instead of queen d3 check, because then there would be queen e4. And after queen c3, it's no longer clear at all. Queen f6 is a massive threat. Also, I have a very active queen, and white is in a difficult situation now. Computer says there is win after queen h4, but it's already beyond human perception. So I hope that queen e6, queen c3 will not happen, because it would be a sad story. We are now in this situation, and I expect the first solution is queen e4 to go back where the queen belongs, and the second option is to go king g6. King g6 activating the king, and then there is queen f5 possibility, and it should be winning for white. Hopefully she will manage, because the game was very nice from Martina. Yeah, but the in-game is not, how to say, such decisive. Yeah, okay, we will return to that, but I hope she will manage. And in the game of Anna Ushinina, we have some moves, and we have the move d4 I told you about. Exactly what we talked about, d4 on the board, e takes d4, rook g7, queen takes f5. So exactly what we had in our analysis. And queen takes d4, knight g6, king g8. So you can see how powerful the knight is on g6. And now there are many possibilities, starting with queen e6, king h7, and knight f8. And then calmly king g2. King g2 is the move you need, because the king is a little bit weak on g1 and it's safer on g2. There is a possibility, you shouldn't forget, that if you move the knight away, there is rook takes g3 idea. Small little tactical possibility. It's pretty annoying for white, actually. So it's not that clear after all. This d4 was a very good idea. And h5 happened. Oh my. It's possible, of course. I mean, the position is still good for white. But now I can defend queen d1 check, then maybe queen d8, protecting the f8 square. And yeah, the position is bad, but it was worse before. White has the attack, and now it's a little bit slower. So we will watch the end of the game, and we will jump to the position of Eliška, and Eliška is winning, okay? Anička won, and Martina, she really played this e6 move, which is king g6, queen c1, good try. And then she played this e6, which is a little bit premature. And now after king g8, it's already tricky. Oh my. Yeah, I think Martina is tired after all. You see this queen on g4? This is such a badly placed queen. Yeah, king g8 was a good defense. Now, not letting white's king to go to f7. Yeah. Anička fought. And this is already very difficult. Let's imagine e7, I go queen c6. And then I win the pawn back because king f5, or even I can go king f5, queen d5, and you have to go back and it's a draw right away. So, yeah. The computer shows us that king f5 is the possibility, but nobody's gonna play that. And apart from king f5, even queen e4 is not possible because of queen g5 mate, which is funny. And you don't want to end up like that. So it's another interesting in game. Okay, we have Anna Ushenina's game and this one. I wonder what Martina will play. Okay, let's go back to Anna Ushenina. But after h5, we wait for black's move, and it's a difficult situation. Still, I don't believe in black's chances here. The knight is too strong. But yeah, she defended bravely, and now she played queen d8, which is a good solution of this situation, because the queen is protecting the f8 square. And now probably white will need to jump somewhere with the knight, let's say knight f4, and to find a new good space for the knight, because it's nice to have the knight on g6, but there is no follow-up, and you can't play with the king side pawns, let's say, I don't know, f4, because then your king would be weak. So this is not the way. And that's why I think knight f4 is a must. Of course, you can try playing, I don't know, queen e5, putting the queen in the center and then continue normally. But how do you win the game? I mean, maybe tactical trick or some fork, but objectively, I think the knight, it will need a new place. This knight f4 is actually very annoying because the knight can go to e6. Yeah, queen e6 happened in the game, it's logical, but after king h7, what's the continuation? Maybe she wants to go knight e5 or something like that. Yeah, this is not clear anymore. Interesting fight. And Gunay Mamadzada won. Can we see the fifth board, please? Can we see the camera? Can we see the players? Yeah, interesting in game. This d4 idea, opening up the place for the king, was very, very, very good. And the fight's still on. They are already alone in the playing hall. The last gladiators. A young Azerbaijani player, Fatalieva Ulieva, hopelessly trying to hold a bad position against Anna Ushenina. And knight f4 on the board. Okay, Anna knows what she's doing. The knight needs to have new space, but I think it was better to do it with the queen away. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, queen d7 is possible now, but the queen goes away anyway. So, yeah, it's not such a big issue. Anna understands this position. And let's go back. What our Anna is doing. It's winning again. No way! White found king f5. Oh my, that's a turnaround. King f5 was made on the board. And now queen c3 is the correct solution, as I already shown you in similar position. Queen c3. Very important move. But instead queen b1 happened. And this allowed white to put the queen on e4 again. Oh my, chess is tough. Oh, oh my. Well, that's winning again, right? Because now the queen is better. And after queen h1 that happened in the game, now e7 is possible. And we will be back in similar variations like we saw before. And that's winning for white. Also king e5 is possible, going away from these annoying checks on the king side, going into the center and with a winning situation after king e5. Oh my, that's an interesting situation. On the other hand, Anna Ushenina, she has a tough situation, but it's also tough for her opponent, of course. Now, after queen d4, that happened in the game again, there is rook takes g3 threat, and it's very annoying. How do you protect that, right? So, but there is a possibility of playing queen f5. King goes to the last rank. Now, queen c8. And after king h7, yeah, queen f5 already on the board. Queen f5. And when the king goes to h8, I go, or g8, I go queen c8 now. I gain the last rank. And after king h7, I go knight g6 again. But that's a big difference because now I have the queen on the last rank and I have a threat of queen h8 mate. And that's a big difference. Yeah, I'm expecting queen c8 now. It was a nice little trick by Anna Ushenina, going back with the knight, luring black into queen d4, and then going back queen c8 and knight g6. I'm expecting that to happen, and there is a mating threat on h8, and that's something, right? Black will have to find a way to defend it. But no, king g2 happened. Okay. King g2. It's also possible, of course. Now I think black rook should move from g7 somehow. I don't know, rook g5 maybe. Or rook f7, also possible. Rook f7 looks like a good move because the f file is important. Then indirectly I would attack the f4 knight and f2 square. But instead queen d7 happened. Yeah, this is very difficult situation. It's difficult to play correctly. But now I see knight e6, and I think the endgame is good for white after knight e6. Yeah, they are going to play quickly now because they are in a second time treble. We already play for 5 hours. It's a long round, and they are still fighting. Yeah, this tournament is full of fighting chess. I like it. Knight e6 on the board. Come on. Come on, there are mates everywhere. And the rook is hanging. So, yeah, what is black going to do? This queen d7 move was bad. Now what? Rook f7? But I go queen g6, right? Game over. And what else? Where is the rook going? No. Yeah, that's a sad end. So after all, it seems like Anna Ushenina is going to win. It was not a clear-cut game, let's say, but yeah, finally she prevailed. At least it seems so, because now, I don't know, rook f7, queen g6. Then I'm going to take on h6, and yeah, it's just uh, it's just enough. So black is thinking, yeah, she doesn't like the new situation. I can understand that. There's nothing to do. The rook is trapped. Oh, one small little mistake, queen d7, and yeah, the situation changed dramatically. So what's happening out in our other game with Anna Maria? There is still game. Oh my. Oh my, the queen is on g4 again. No, I can't. No, I can't handle that. No. No, why is the queen on g4? It was a draw again, and the queen got to g4. This is not a place for the queen. Come on. Oh my. Now we will see the final result of this game, okay? Um, yeah, in the game of Anna Ushenina, we saw exactly the variation we talked about, queen g6, and now I'm expecting queen takes h6, yeah, king g8, and now I can go back with the queen or queen g5 even, and then I will play either h6 or f3 or something like that to protect the king side. Actually, h6 is maybe not good. I like f3 more, or knight g5. I like knight g5. I like most, I think, because yeah, this seems like a winning attack. But f3 is a good move also. f3 I like, because I'm protecting my king, and after queen d2 I'm going to play king h3, and that's a very safe spot for my king. Yeah, the situation changed dramatically with taking the pawn on h6. I like this situation. But okay, it's not clear to human eye after such a long fight. Yeah, Anna Ushenina goes knight f4, and it's possible, of course. The knight was useful there on f4 before in the game. It also blocks the f file, which is important because there is no threat to f2 pawn. So that's the idea behind the move knight f4. And yeah, the truth is that black has no defense. I mean, how he can improve his position? There is also queen takes b6, a very simple threat. And I think it's the plan of Anna just to take the pawn on b6 and then to win the game. Because why not? I mean, there is a pawn on b6. Black can of course cover it, let's say by playing queen c7 or queen b7, but that's also has some disadvantages, that the queen is gonna be far away from the king side. Yeah, can we see the camera, the players? Yeah, the game's still on. Unbelievable. How is that possible? Okay, okay, they are alone in the playing hall. Let's go back. And we wait for the black's move. Tough choice, yeah, tough choice. Yeah, I don't think she's going to defend this one. The attack is too strong. It was different with the move, with the pawn on h6, but with the move of queen g6 and queen takes h6, change dramatically. And yeah, black is not going to survive that. We will check the game of Anna Maria. Still on, guys, still on. Oh my, the king went all the way back to the queen's side. And there are some moments where it was a draw. It's winning again. Yeah, the queen's in game is difficult. This is gonna be tough. Okay, I need to apologize because we have a social evening here before the start of the women conference that is taking place tomorrow, and I have to say a few words. It starts 8:30, so I'm going to leave soon. But to make a short recapitulation, it was a very nice game of Monika Sochko on the first board. We checked this game even with my guest, Surab Parashvili, and it was a nice defense by Monika Sochko. The game of Nana Zagnidze, it was around equal, like almost got the upper hand, but not quite. And very nice win by Maria Gevorgian. She has 5 points, Gunaima Madzada 5 points, and we are waiting for Anna Ushenina in this position where I do believe that white is winning. Hopefully, she will manage. It's a matter of technique. It's of course not an easy technique. For example, I don't like this move h6 because the pawn is hanging there and it didn't add any value to our kingside attack. It's a difficult situation, but yeah, I will leave it here because I have to go. And this position, I don't know. I wouldn't want to play it with black or with white. It's very difficult for both sides. Now I do believe that after queen e7, we have this queen takes b6 possibility. But then maybe we have rook takes f4 idea. Yeah, sacrificing the exchange for queen h4 check. Okay, this young Azerbaijani women grandmaster Ulvia Fatalieva, she is tough. She is refusing to resign. And sadly for Anna Ushenina, it was maybe too difficult for her to find a winning plan. And she is already tired, I think. So now, suddenly, there is this rook takes f4 possibility. And do not forget, after queen takes b6, rook takes f4, when the queen returns to g6, let's imagine that, of course, it's not there, but there would be stalemate ideas. Don't forget about that. Because without the b6 pawn, there is a stalemate possibility. So, yeah, I don't know what white is going to play. So, do we have the result yet or not? Because, as I told you, we have 15 minutes delay due to anti-cheating reasons. So we may have a result already, but let's check. They are still playing. Oh my, that's gonna be a long game. I apologize. I will not be here for the finishing of this game, so you can watch the transmission on Chess24 to see the moves. But this is going to be a tough fight, and yeah, I didn't expect this game to be so long because it looked very winning for Anna Ushenina. It's a pity that she didn't find the right solution right after the exchange sacrifice, which was very nice. But kudos to black player because this position was tough and she defended it quite nicely. So you will see the end of the game, but I will not because I have to go. It was nice being here with you. It was a fighting route again, as usual here at the European Women Chess Championship. It was nice experience. Please have a nice evening. Tomorrow is a free day. And on Saturday, you will be here with Grandmaster Sergei Movsesyan. I'm looking forward to his commentary. He is a very nice guy and very strong Grandmaster. So it it will be good. And yeah, this game is just crazy. And I don't envy these players that they have to fight this position. It's around equal now because the h6 pawn is weak, but it's going to be a long, long one. Now we have move 65 and it can easily be move like 120. And yeah, that's another hour. Okay, thank you for watching. Have a nice evening. Bye.